What is up, everybody? God damn, this song is good. But, Jesus, thank you, Silent Blade. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you. I'll never forget that name, though. Beto, 23 months. Thank you. And Mr. Zatz. I appreciate the subs, everybody. I haven't even done anything yet. And Hazaw. Wow, that Hazaw really sounded phoned in. Hazaw, guess you're here. Anyway, chat, so they buffed Hans, they buffed Karna, they buffed Jet Kita, which thankfully they did not get rid of her deterrence, so that they didn't make her like less interesting. Then they buffed one other one that I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, no Shakespeare, but I'll get into that in a second. But who am I forgetting? Karna, Jet Kita, Hans. There's somebody else in here. Oh, Raikou. No wonder I didn't remember that. I don't give a fuck about Raikou. She got a battery. Big surprise. She got a fucking battery. Honestly, one of the least interesting buffs out of all of them, I would say. But batteries are good, like them or not. So, okay. I do not like that they buffed Hans. He didn't need it at all, and they didn't even give him an interesting buff. It's actually one of the lamer buffs. I don't care for it at all. I wish if they were gonna buff Hans, I would have liked to have seen them like give him a big quick up or something, so he could become the quick support that we need. Like they could have at least done that. But what they did was they buffed his first skill, which is the crit up skill. And I guess the best part of the buff is they made the crit damage buff that he already had 10% better, right? Which is kind of whatever. But, you know, it doesn't hurt. And then they added, if the ally is good, they get star gen up, which is not that great because he already has star up on his NP. And that's just, you don't make stars to normal attacks that much, but it can be all right. Like if they have an NP with a high hit count, but it's Buster, a big star rate up can matter. So it's not like it does nothing, but that you're not gonna bring them because of that. That's a pretty minor thing. If they're neutral, they get NP gain rate 20%, which is okay. But again, if you wanted that, you'd probably bring someone else. But it's something. And then this is probably the best one. If they're evil, they get NP damage 20%, which is only 20%, but you know, it's a nice, reliable way to get damage up because he doesn't have a reliable attack up and stuff. So that is definitely the best one. And then this next one can be better if you're like Mori. But if you don't have good, evil, or neutral, you get more crit damage up. So good luck remembering all of this. Really, to boil it down, is if you're good or neutral, who gives a shit? If you're evil or none, then you get crit damage up or NP damage up. So it's a niche. It's like a niche on a niche. You know, it's kind of random and hard to remember, and it's not even that big of numbers for the practical stuff. So it has really not. You're not gonna be like, oh, you know what? I wouldn't have brought Hans here, but now I'm gonna bring Hans here. Like, no, you're just gonna bring him when you would have brought him anyway. And it's a little bonus. Meanwhile, Shakespeare needs a buff really bad, because Shakespeare is really only good if you have Poster Girl. And he is good if you have that, but if you don't, he's fucking useless. Unless you're like maybe farming and you don't have a lot of the batteries stuff yet. Like early game, he can be kind of useful, but like a little battery is... And you've got Zhu Fu now with a bigger battery, so it's not great. Yeah, because Shakespeare just has a one-turn Buster up. It's for the team, but odds are you're not gonna have 2 DPS out that are NPing on the same turn. So it only lasts the one turn. And then he gives himself invulnerability, and then he has a targeted battery for 20%. That's just pretty weak. He does have a huge star rate up on that battery, but he is so much more vanilla than Hans, and he sees so much less use than Hans. I'm actually shocked he didn't get the buff. I really thought he was gonna get it. I think everyone did. Like, I think everyone was like, yeah, it's probably Shakespeare. Because there's only 3 2-star casters that are bronze, right? And Shengong is really, really good. People use him budget, non-budget, like all the time. And Hans is a staple of budget, and he still gets used to this day. So I think everyone thought it was going to be Shakespeare, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe Shakespeare will get buffed at the summer event because Oberyn stupid shit. Even though it's Vortigern, but whatever. And then the buffed Karna, which is I didn't look really carefully, but I'm pretty sure what they did was they made his 25% battery a 30% battery, which that's pretty lame. I mean, 5% battery can make the difference sometimes with certain like you know, NP combos with like CEs and your starting passive and all that. Like it can matter, but it's not gonna matter a lot. And especially on established accounts that already have a lot of options. Like they've already got his passive, they've already got K-scopes and different meta supports. They're really not gonna care about that. But they made the Star Bomb bigger, and I think they made it a lot bigger. I think, oh, actually, I see they added the Star Bomb to his third skill. So they just straight up added a 40 Star Bomb. That's huge. That's actually huge. That's basically Mozart's skill, right? Because you don't have to use it for, this is really important. You don't have to use that for Karna, right? You can use it on anybody, right? Like, so if someone else is wanting to crit, that's a big enough Star Bomb. It's not quite as good as Mozart, but like it's a big enough Star Bomb that you're probably going to crit there. So that is nice. That's useful. It is a good buff. It's a little boring, I guess. Like it's not the funnest buff they ever did. I think they made his crit damage bigger too, only by 10%. So yeah, it's a kind of a quality of life thing there, right? Like yeah, you might have been able to crit without the Star Bomb, but now you're definitely going to crit, and the crit's a little bit better. And then the battery's a little bit easier to work with, even though it's not much bigger, right? That's fine. It's not like Karna was a shit unit before or anything like that, so not too big of a deal. And then I actually forgot what they gave Jet Kita. I'm gonna have to look this up because I don't remember what they gave her. I just know they didn't get rid of her deterrence, which I'm happy about because that's like the whole thing that made her interesting to use. And you also have a lot of ways of dealing with them by like you casting your skills in an intelligent order, got rid of a lot of them, and then also you could use the anti-debuff command code and stuff like that to stop the stun. So I didn't want them changing that. All right, so her third skill, which is the defense down that ramps up, and it still ramps up. They didn't change that at all. It now gives her a 30% battery and NP rate up. I actually like that because with all of her problems, right, or not problems, so with all the things you have to play around, and with her damage not actually being that great because her NP's not upgraded and stuff, it needs to be easier for her to loop, right? Like in the way the game is, it really does need to be easier for her to loop. Even if you're not doing scatty, meta, 3-turn stuff, you do want to be able to get a second NP off before that skill wears off. And this makes that easier because the NP rate is higher, and you can like get the battery to get the first NP and then the NP rate to make the second one smoother. That she deserves that, all things considered. It's either that or you make her hit a lot harder, right? Pick one or the other. But that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And I'm just glad they kept the deterrence, so you still have to play around it. That's like the whole point. And then Raikou, I'm pretty sure off memory, they just gave her a battery. I don't think they really did anything else. I think it's 30%. Let me check. But I don't think they really did anything all that interesting there. Yeah, her second skill now just has a 30% battery on it. I don't think they did anything else. I mean, it's fine. It makes it easier for her to farm. Wait, does it have an NP gain? I mean, I'm not seeing that if that's there. All I see is, oh, I see the Buster lasts longer. Yeah, I don't see no NP gain. I don't think that's a thing. But yeah, the Buster lasts longer. Also, chat, stop spamming the same shit over and over again. It's really annoying. Hi, Captain. How you doing? But yeah, the Buster lasting 3 turns. It helps her farm. I mean, that's going to help her farm. She'll be able to NP right off the bat. And then if you've got like Oberyn Vici, NP again, you'll still have the Buster up. So it's certainly a big boost for her farming. But honestly, at this point, I don't think anyone's really struggling with farming. So I guess if you just want to get bond with her or whatever, it'll be easier. But actually, she's less flexible, I would say. because like with the evade specifically, like for her overall usability, she's better, but like it's actually awkward. Now you're gonna have times where you completely whiff the evade because you needed the other stuff, and then you need the evade and you don't have it. Like that's absolutely gonna happen. But if you're like, oh, but if I don't NP right away, I'm gonna lose value somewhere else, right? So it's actually really annoying when you have skills like that comboed with another skill that has a very specific timing. Now you can just see it as, okay, well, I'm gonna prioritize either the evade or the battery, right? And then nothing's lost that way. But that is very awkward, and I'd say it's actually very unflexible when you have skills tied together like that. And she's certainly not the first unit like that, though. And in chat, honestly, this is a growing pain of the game. Now, they could have done a better job, in my opinion, because, like, in this case, you could have just put it on, like, her third skill. The third skill is the best skill to put something like that on, because sometimes you're not fighting Demonic, Earth, or Sky, or any of that. So you're kind of happy to have the option there. But this has been a problem I've seen with FGO, and because of day one design. I think the characters need 4 skills instead of 3 skills. That way they can space things out better, and each skill is not so cluster-fucked. Like, very much so, I think they should have had 4 skills. One, you get more decisions that way. And another thing I probably would have done, it's way too late to do this now. You could never implement this now. This is completely impossible. But I wish a lot of skills were a bit lower impact on commonly, right? Like, you could still have high impact skills from time to time. But I think from the get-go, skills should have been shorter cooldowns, but still long, like kind of in that 4 to 5 turn cooldown. A lot of it should be very common. That way, like, obviously if you mistime it and you're like, oh fuck, I need the evade now and I already used it, it's still bad, right? But then your skills come up more frequently, so you're having more decisions pop up from time to time, right? And it wouldn't even affect the 3 turn stuff that people are going ham because the stage is over before like 4 or 5 turns is up. Not necessarily like Tiamat, that's almost too short. You're not going to regret, like, oh god, I clicked on the wrong time because it's back all the time. And you should still have some cooldowns that are longer, but those should be the really high impact stuff. So I think like the average number on like damage ups and crit ups and things like that should be lower on average. Now that doesn't mean for everybody, right? Like Mozart should still have the 50-star bomb and things like that. But I think as a standard, they should have had it where units have weaker effects, but more of them, like on 4 skills instead of 3, and then the cooldowns on average are lower, right? Of course, there's exceptions, but I think that'd make more interesting gameplay. And also, 3 turning would have been less common if they had done that, right? Because, yeah, you don't even care if the cooldown's 10 turns, 30 turns, 4 turns, or any of that if you're 3 turning. It doesn't matter. But yeah, it's not fun, especially for new players. Anyone for the 9 players out there that have started playing FGO in the last year, I think they'll know what I'm talking about. When you're new to the game, it just feels like ass. Your characters have 1 to 2 skills, maybe 3 skills, and then those skills are like 9, 10 turn cooldowns because the cooldown reduction is tied to the skill rank. And so for the early game, when you're just learning in that fresh period, it's the least fun. Because you have the least decisions to make, you have the most waiting to do, and it sucks. It actually sucks. It really is messed up. FGO 2 is going to have gear, let's be honest. All right, well, I guess we'll go use Hans. Let's use him against Lobo, just because that's a good reference point. I was going to use Dagon because he's only here for a while, but we'll use Lobo because it's just so... we use Hans for Lobo so often, this will be a fun reference. So, we should use an evil DPS because I think that's his most impactful. It's either that or you use like Mori or something that's very crit based and doesn't have like typical alignment. But I think we'll try to find an evil DPS here to do the damage up. We could do 100. Oh, hold on, I gotta download the update. 1 second. I haven't done it on all my accounts here. All right, here we go. And then the game instantly crashed. All right, there we go. Use Ongra, he's evil. Yeah, that wouldn't do anything. And Lon Fawn, thank you for the 90. I was gonna say 94, excuse me, because of your name. The 9 months. 9, can you imagine? Not 94 months? Dear Lord. But thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Jumping the gun on that one. Yeah, Gajuna is weird in that he's got good and evil. That wouldn't really matter that much though, because you really only care about the evil one. Like, it's not bad, but it's not honestly that big of a synergy. It's more for fun than anything. It's not gonna hurt though, like you'll take the star rate up if you can get it, but the NP damage is way better, generally speaking. Like how 2 different Georges were summoned there. I don't really need these, but maybe someone in the future will take them. Hero proofs, no question. Alright. I should log in the co-op account. I've been doing that a little bit, try to grab some of these rewards. Oh yeah, I never picked up my 100 SQ. Alright. Yeah, people like the level 1 Georges when they're messing about. I really do wish they had buffed Shakespeare. I was really looking forward to that. It sucks, man. Yeah, I guess they did buff Summer Scath, and we can actually pick her now. Dude, we actually thought that one through. We added welfares that there was no way for us to get, because we were like, just in case they add, you know, these into the game again, we'll count them if it makes sense. So, we kind of got paid for that one. All right, I have to summon something. We could summon an evil DPS. I did kind of want to use 100 Face, and I've already got her on this account, so I hate this. This is where I wish I could just summon nothing. Yeah, Gareth isn't a good pick, though. I think she's good, so wouldn't do much. Moriarty would be so bad because massive diminishing returns there. Also, Moriarty is just not very good. I gotta be honest. I could summon, I guess, Mozart. If I'm going to use Mozart, I'll just summon my Mozart instead of using the one on that account. Ezo. Okay, that's kind of fun. Does somebody have one worth this shit? Guys, hear me out though. Sanson. Who needs this 100 Face assassin or this Ezo assassin when we could use Sanson? It's so good, guys. All right, any Ezo enjoyers out there? I've got a 10-10-10 Ezo, but he's not grailed. I'd want like 90 or higher, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have to try this out. You know, we should have her fight Dagon. We'll do that next. Have her fight Dagon. I think that'll be good. Oh, there we go. Black Grail. I mean, it's probably fine. Just gotta be a little careful. Probably win faster than normal. Okay, see, normally I would just use these, but we gotta use Hans, obviously. All right, he's probably got his passive. He does. So we're at 20%. And then we got Hans' stuff. And if we use Zhu Fu, there's another 30. You know, Ace, we might just want black, Golden Sumo. I don't know if it's even better, just because I just want something normal like we normally use. And also, I do think we want to NP right away, because Hans might die by the time we get the NP with Black Grail, and that would kind of suck. So we might want to go with the Sumo. Let's see, though. Honestly, Mozart might still be better than Hans here. I'm not, we'll see, though. So he'll NP turn 1 with her, though, so that's definitely what we want. We'll try it like this. Oh, fuck. We haven't done the buff on the on this account. Excuse me. Gotta do that real fast. I guess I could summon Hans, but yeah, I hadn't even done the update on my ult account, so. I'm not sure the ult account has done any of the buff quests, actually. Let me see. I know I've done a bunch of them on my main. I even did, don't have the bond or whatever, but I even did Saber Altars on my main. Yeah, I didn't play a lot like yesterday because I was just really busy working and stuff, and that's why I didn't stream, which is also work, but you know, of a different kind. What shall we use here? Not a lot standing out to me here. There we go, 100 Ushi, why not? My solo teams are messed up. And Ezer, let me say that. Thank you for the 32. How was the game? I mean, pretty shit to be honest, but at least it's been fun seeing the units that have been buffed, and yeah, some of the anniversary stages are fun, but the event itself is so shit, and it's not what the game needed at all, and it's just roll more on the gacha and act like that's content. What really blows my mind is the people that have drank the Kool-Aid and like they actually think gacha stuff is content. It's just, I mean, what do you even say about that? It's fucking pathetic. Where's me, I tell you though, there's just a lot of gamers out there that I think have grown up with this shit. All they've known is just this horrible game design that you see between Ubisoft and all that. And they're just so accommodating for bullshit. Like they have no standards because they've never seen standards. The thing is, they only fund the game now. Like, it's actual bullshit. Like, good business models actually work, and there's actually a lot of evidence for that, right? The main reason why we have so many bad business models and bad business practices, it's not because it doesn't make money, like to do it right. That's not the reason. It's because it's harder to do it right, and it works well enough to do it the shitty way, so of course people do it the shitty way. Right? Like FGO, as it's gotten dumber and they put less effort into the game and stuff, they've lost players and they actually have started to make less money. Like sure, they'll have peak months that do really well, especially because they're getting more money out of the few people that are left, right? With them doing the coin system and stuff. But if you look at their average earnings and stuff, they're not really doing that well, right? And like, look at Genshin and Star Rail. Not that they're like bastions of great game design, but they're not as fucking lazy as FGO is. Now, they made some decisions I don't really like the gear, but that's not really for the money, right? And they're blowing FGO out of the fucking water, right? It's not even close. What's really funny, and because I keep seeing people talk about it anytime it comes up, you know, they'll mention like, oh, how Genshin's making more money and all that, but they don't even realize how much more money they're making because like the earning reports don't count PC, and most stats show that PC is actually where they make most of their money. So we're only seeing like a small part of the pie here. But anyway, if you look at games like Elden Ring even, right, which are really good business models, they don't make as much as some of these live service games, but they're not even trying to be a live service game. So, but a lot of games with good business models actually do really well. And yeah, as FGO's gotten scummier, they've actually made less money. But they could have had their cake and ate it too, right? They could have done that. Like they could have done things like adding premium skins that people could buy and having a subscription model that like Genshin where you spend $5 a month but you get lots of currency, but you can only it caps at the $5, right? So you can't get all your currency that way. Right? There's a lot of things they could have done that aren't scummy that would make them more money, and then they could have also put actual effort into the game. Because here's the thing, this is undeniable. You can have a game that has ways to get whales to spend money and all that kind of stuff, and you can also have an awesome game, right? Like, we could have story replay. We could have better boss fights. They could add side game modes like the roguelike that like Arknights has, right? These aren't mutually exclusive, right? The FGO could just be a better game, right? And you will have more people willing to play it at that point, and you will have more people whale at that point. And the more people that like the game and get into it, the more whales you're gonna find, right? So it's in FGO's best interest to do a better job. The thing is, they can do well enough without doing a better job. And that's like the state of the game industry right now. But yeah, I think a lot of players also have shit standards because they don't know any better. Especially a lot of young people. I mean, it's like, my God, gaming has been in such a warped state for a while now when it comes to business models. Well, really, a lot of look at Arknights, right? So Arknights does pretty well, all things considered, but it's a smaller IP, smaller dev. They have less money to work with, right? There's a lot of things at play here. But a lot of the business practices they do, you could absolutely do in FGO, and it would make them more money. Like, again, like the way they sell skins, the way they do the subscription and all that kind of stuff. And then also, the thing is, they have better PR. Well, that's what the thing about Arknights is. Arknights actually has more ways to monetize, but it's fairer and it feels less scummy. You don't feel like you're being nickeled and dimed, but if you want to spend money, there's more things to spend money on. But then the game itself is just better in terms of content and replayability, and if a new unit comes out, you have a bunch of hard content you can go do just for fun and things like that. There's more of a video game there, right? There's an actual video game there. There's no reason FGO can't have an actual video game there, right? Like on top of all the other stuff, right? They can do it. They just don't. And they could, hire better developers and more developers. They just don't. Although they seem to be trying recently. They seem to be trying to actually hire people. And that's my copium now. It's like, hopefully the reason this anniversary is so bad and the last 2 years have been so bad is because they've been really foolish about their development practices and who they're hiring. And maybe they finally hired some people. But God knows, like, it seems like they just this last month or so, they might have hired a UI lead because they've been looking for one for years. But there's no guarantee that UI lead that they hired is any good. They might have hired a fucking college kid again. That's what they've been doing. Right, and no fucking college kid they're gonna hire is gonna actually fix this fucking UI. And also, what I've been saying is, I have a really bad feeling what they've been. There's no way for me to know this, by the way. This is just, guessing. But it would not surprise me. And this first part is pretty much guaranteed because they haven't had a UI lead this whole time. But they've been probably delegating a lot of this UI stuff to Bob, and Bob's actual job is something else. And like people are just having to share the load, and then the UI person they hire is just going to do that exclusively. That doesn't mean they're going to have higher standards for him. That doesn't mean they're going to ask him to do any more than make like the new UI for the new event that is only in the game for a few weeks and you never see it again, right? That doesn't mean they're hiring him to like revamp the UI. It doesn't mean that at all, right? So the UI, even with a new UI lead, might not get any better whatsoever. It might just be a workflow thing. Which is still better if the workflow is better, but I mean the UI is just awful. I mean it's so bad that like I don't even think like a lot of new players are gonna put up with it. Like it is so fucking bad. And by the way, they just did a survey where they asked people when they started playing the game, and only like 1% of the player base had started playing the game within like a year, which is not good. That's obviously really bad, especially when I guarantee you more than 1% of their player base has quit in this year. So they're not growing at all. That's really, really bad. Like that's a really, really bad sign. I'm surprised. It's actually so bad that I'm surprised they showed it. Japanese devs especially, and even North American devs, but they normally won't share bad information like that. Like I remember back in the day when World of Warcraft started obviously declining, and they started losing subscribers every year. Their subscription count kept going down and down and down. They stopped reporting the subscription numbers, right? They used to report it as like a badge of honor, like, oh man, we hit 7 million, we hit 8 million, we hit 9 million, right? But then when it started going down and down and down and down, and it was getting like way down, they just stopped reporting it completely and acted like it didn't exist. They don't want to share information with the public if it makes them look bad, right? And anyway, because of that, I was surprised they showed that. Yeah, honestly, Kiba, you're probably right. I'm glad you said that. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, well, they wouldn't answer a survey either, though. That's the thing. Like, a bot's not going to answer a survey. So now it's probably, like the 1.5% or whatever, roughly. But still, it's really pathetic, and I'm sure way more than 1.5% has quit in the last year or so. So it's not great. But I've been very skeptical because they're doing what Blizzard does. They're losing players, and instead of them trying to fix that and make the game better and gain players, they're like, oh, just try to get more money out of the players we have left. That's why we have things like the coin system and all that nonsense. And that's just not a good sign. That's not a good sign that you're going to be enjoying your video game in the future. Not a sign of quality coming. From what I can tell, though, there's not really any more bots than there ever has been. There's just less fucking people. There might be a few more bots just because it's probably the technology's gotten easier. But I don't think the demand for SQ accounts has gone up. If anything, I think the demand for SQ accounts has gone down. So there's not as much demand for bots. No, the locked events has nothing to do with retaining new players. First off, there's actually been less locked events this year, like by a lot. A lot of the events this year have been Fuyuki locked. But new players don't even really notice that kind of thing because the new players haven't caught up on just the fucking game itself. How you retain new players is making that, like when people boot up the game, they don't go do an event. Like if they've never played the game before, they play Fuyuki. And then they play Orleans. Now after a lot of people don't beat the whole story and they start doing events instead. That's pretty famous, right? When people are at like Babylonia or Lost Belt, X, they just stop progressing with the main story. Although actually stats show that's not very many people. Actually, very much so. The stats have shown that most people do complete the story before they start really worrying about that kind of nonsense. Which I mean, of course they do. If they're normies, that's what you're gonna expect. The problem is, though, a lot of people, they'll play Orleans and maybe they make it to London, but they're bored. I've just seen this over and over and over again. Most players just get bored as fuck by the time they make it to even like London or Oceanus, right? And it's because the early game experience. I mean, it's just terrible. And I'm telling you, I think a lot of players that, I say this every time about like the early game being bad, but I think a lot of players don't actually understand how bad it is because they played the early game years and years and years ago and they've never replayed it because they don't make 30,000 accounts like I do and things like that. They don't actually see what the early game is like now. Because not only has the standards gone up where other video games are better and there's more competition than ever, because when FGO came out, there was very little competition. But there's a lot more competition now, but also the game is aged really poorly beyond just like its competition, right? It's aged poorly because there's a lot more power creep. You get XP a lot more rapidly than you used to. The FP summons change. You get the free max ascension. You get a free 5-star, right? The login rewards have, well, not really the login rewards, but the average, well, no, the login rewards have changed with the mats they give out and stuff. But just so many things have changed where like the average power of your account by the time you get to Oceanus is just, it's astronomically higher than it was when Oceanus first came out on JP, right? Because they already had a power creep problem when it came out in NA, right? Because NA had a lot of the quality of life stuff that wasn't there originally. So the average person in Oceanus was a lot stronger than in JP. But now it's just like hilarious how dumb it is. And it's not, oh, here's a big one. The average support list is so much stronger. And not only that, but you don't need to be on the friends list anymore, right? It used to be you had to add somebody to use their NP and stuff. You don't have to do that anymore. Like, it is just so easy to get carried from Fuyuki to, like, Lost Belt 3, right? Because I'd say around Lost Belt 3 is when the game starts accommodating at least somewhat for your characters being maxed. But it's still power creepy in that, like, your servants have been strengthened and you can be 120 instead of 100 and that kind of thing. Gwen is not always a joke, and I know this because I've watched a lot of people fight Gwen. Gwen, it depends. So, Gwen is a joke if the person playing through it has a vague idea of what they're doing. They don't have to be like even that great, but they're looking to trivialize stuff, right? And they've learned to like at least bring single target for a single target situation and to bring an archer for the boss and that kind of thing. And especially if they're a streamer, because you have to understand, we are how do I put this? We have a bias sample size. Because you're not going to see Jim Bob playing FGO in his free time after he gets off work, right? You're only going to see the people that are streaming it or the people that are putting it on YouTube or they're sharing their experience on Twitter. That's a very biased sample size of people going through FGO. That's a very biased sample size. And those kind of people are exposed significantly more to their chat being use Uriel, use Godjuna, use Morgan, use more. Right? They're exposed to that so much more than just Jim Bob. It's like, oh, this one looks cool, right? So it's very different. But in my experience, if the streamer or the the person going through the game, or even some of the friends that I've met and stuff, are the kinds of people to like know how to get carried and want to get carried and stuff, Gwen's gonna be very easy for them, right? They're gonna use Godjuna or a Grailed Uriel, or really any it's a Grailed Super Orion, or any nonsense like that, right? They're gonna grab some Fujino or some bullshit like that, and the archer is just so much stronger than they're supposed to be. They're just gonna steamroll Gwen, right? But I have seen plenty of people that either are intentionally, not getting, backseat gaming like that, or they're such a small streamer, because I've watched some people have like 2 viewers, right? They don't have anybody telling them that shit. And they get to Gwen, and they summon like the story support, or they just summon some random archer that's not very applicable, right? They summon like a level 80 AoE archer, right? That's not going to carry you. It just isn't. Even if it's one of the newer, fancier ones, like if you summon like even like Durga or something, that's just not gonna carry Gwen very well, especially if your team's not set up and you don't have like David or Mash or something at a good timing. You're easily gonna wipe still, right? Like you can bring a good archer and still just have Gwen quick charge, and you maybe block the first one with the mystic code, and then the second time Gwen NPs, which is probably gonna happen, you have nothing, and then you just die, right? I've seen that happen to plenty of people, right? So people still die to Gwen. I've seen people rage quit on Gwen still. Right, I've seen people on Twitter and streamers and stuff. I have seen people rage quit on Gwen because they think it's pay to win. Right, they see Gwen, they're doing so little damage. Because seriously, if you don't really know what you're doing, you're still going to be hitting him for pennies with that damage resist he's got, and he's still going to be NPing really rapidly, and it's going to Gwen still one-shots most people even at max level with his NP. And so they're like, there's no way. They're just like, there's no way I could do this as free to play. Now, of course, you can do it as free to play really easily if you know what you're doing, but they don't know what they're doing. They haven't learned how to do a rainbow chain properly. They don't know why to put like, this card there or that card there. They don't know how to use David. They don't know how to use the Mystico. They don't know how to pace their survivability. They don't know how to have like a balance of damage and survivability to deal with NPs coming at them. Like, they don't know any of this shit. And of course they don't. The game never taught it to them. So I've seen this a lot where people think Gwen is just bullshit and they rage quit. I have seen that quite a few times. I've seen posts on Twitter about that. I've seen small streamers do that. I've quite a few times. And actually, some of my real life acquaintances and friends that I got into the game that don't look shit up online and stuff, they thought that too. I've had multiple people, because I've gotten a lot of people in real life into FGO, and I've had multiple people, like I can think of like 5 or 6 people that have gotten into it. When they got to Gwen, they thought it was complete bullshit. I talked to them and explained it, and they kind of started to understand it. And then in hindsight, they were like, okay. But yeah, that's a very common reaction, because the game, they're not like hardcore gamers, most of them, but like they're not idiots, and it's just the game does not condition you for any of that nonsense, right? So yeah, it's a problem. It's a real problem. But yeah, Gwen, to be back to the point though, people are correct in that Gwen is not what he used to be, right? The power creep has changed so much, and it's not even just power creep, it's just like the escalation of how quickly you can get an account rolling, right? So Gwen is definitely not as hard as he used to be. I would say the Gwen now is Lee. I would say Lee in Lost Belt 3 is kind of the Gwen now, and then obviously Fluffy, but that's really far into the game. But like Lee can still fuck you up. It's harder to trivialize Lee than Gwen. You can still do it, absolutely. But I find Lee is generally the one that gets people to do that. Is a 1-turn invulnerability. How dare they? But anyway, yeah, the new player experience is absolute shit. And events being locked doesn't matter, because new players aren't looking to play a fucking farming event and have fun. They want to see the story. They just got done watching Unlimited Blade Works, the anime, and they want to see more Emiya, or they want to see more Artoria or Lancer, or Gilgamesh, or whatever it is, and they want to go through a story with these characters they like, and they want to fight the big dramatic bad guy, and that's what they want. And the thing is, you get that way later in the game. Because here's what they need to do, right? And if someone disagrees with me, please say so. But what players after because most people get into FGO these days through watching an anime or whatever, because the anime, there's some good anime for Fate out there now. So they'll get into it and they want more Artoria, right, or whatever, and they want to go have a fun RPG experience. And that's what it's marketed as. If you look at all the ads for FGO, they're acting like a big story, RPG action experience, right? It's not really what you're getting. They essentially want Lost Belt 5-2, and I don't necessarily mean in terms of it like being Zeus and any of that shit, but I just mean they want like a Fate story that has actual gameplay where they actually get to use their favorite characters to beat up bad guys. And I remember that's why I got into FGO. I I want to use Ku to beat up some idiot waifu I don't like, right? Sure, that sounds good to me, right? So people want to have like the big bad guy, be it Zeus or Archimedes or, Morgan or whatever it is, right? They want to have like the story that's more Fate stuff, and they want to use the cool character they saw from the anime or the cool character they just got from the Ga show with the big boobs and all that, and they want to beat up the bad guy, right? That's what they want. You know what they don't want? They don't want to be in Orleans fighting 5,000 waves of zombies that they can one-shot by just randomly clicking buttons on the screen, right? And that's what they get. Right, and that's what they get for like 100 hours. And most of them quit. Of course they do. It's shit. Yeah. Oh, excuse me, wyverns. Yeah, pardon me, chat. Yeah, it's a bunch of golem zombies and wyverns that you're literally one-shotting by clicking buttons on this screen at complete random. Right? He's like, oh yeah, I'll just click it in that order. Yeah, whatever. Right? They'll do this combo this. It doesn't matter at all. I mean, I have seen so many people get to Gwen and they are just clicking random buttons, like completely random buttons on the attack wheel, and it's like I'll never forget this one guy, dude. He got to Gwen, right, and this guy had very few viewers, right? He was a nice guy though, but you could tell he had never learned anything in the game, and he got to Gwen, and he had a lot of AoE characters. He had no idea what to summon from the support list. He was doing, and this was before the rainbow chain, but he'd be doing like art quick, right, and like art buster quick, and just like total bullshit combos that make no sense. Yeah, and then like when he got wrecked by Gwen, I remember he was like, maybe I should bring Edmund. I'm like, no, you should not do that. Like Edmund's cool and all, but like he is so bad for that. He's neutral, he's AoE, he has no survivability, right? Where Gwen's gonna NP spam, right? He's gonna do nothing, right? Even though Edmund in the right context can be amazing, that ain't it, right? Even to this day, Edmund is not good for the Gwen fight. And it was just so obvious to me, like this guy has no idea how to play the game because the game was never taught him. And like up until Gwen, you can beat every stage like that. You can beat every stage in FGO up to Gwen by just summoning completely random crap and just clicking completely random buttons on the screen. And Gwen's not like that hard anymore, like we said, but you at least have to vaguely think about the buttons you're clicking, right? And that's not good, right? They need to get you to think about what the fuck you're doing a lot sooner. Because a lot of people have this idea that like there's a lot of idiots out there, and there are, but there's also a lot of people that, like, how to put this? Not everyone wants the game to be as hard as like playing Elden Ring at level 1 with no weapon upgrades, right? Most people don't want their video game to be that hard. But most people also don't want their video game to be like, if you boot up Elden Ring and you've never even played it, but you're already level 250 and you have everything in the game, and you one-shot every enemy in the game. Most people don't want that either. They very much don't, right? People want some degree of friction from the game. They want to remember a cool boss fight. Like if you fight, a big bad guy, they don't want it to be a joke battle, right? They don't. Most gamers do want some degree of interactivity and friction and feel like their decisions they make matter. Most gamers do want that. FGO does not give you that, right? It just doesn't. It's so boring for so long. It gives you that eventually. Right, I think FGO eventually gets to the point where it finds this nice middle ground of difficulty and makes your decisions matter and that kind of stuff. But you have to play the game for like 200 hours to get to that point, right? That's just not. No one watches the Babylonia anime or Fate Zero or Unlimited Blade Works or Fate Strange Fate coming up, right? No one watches that, wants to get into a live service game about that IP and then just have it be Snoozeville, right? Nobody wants that. Do you have any tips for Demeter? you want at least 2 good riders for it, and then pay attention to her skills because they're actually predictable, right? She follows a set order of her actions, like she's following a pattern, and the pattern changes a little bit when she NPs because she can't do one of her skills on the turn that she NPs, so then it moves. But she's following a set pattern. If you really want to make it easy, not to toot my own horn, but if you look up Hanako Green and Demeter, I've got like 3 videos of me murdering Demeter with a variety of budget setups, and I'm sure one of those you can mimic the like concept behind the team, even if you don't have the units, like where I put my survival units and where I put my damage units. And the last video I made for that fight, I remember I used an outrageously budget team. It's like there's nothing rare on the team at all, and I completely murder that fight. That setup is like, because I've done that fight several times, that setup is just like the way to do it if you're got limited options. Yeah, self-advertising. But yeah, I think it's the one where I use like Ricky and Ushi or something like that. I think that one just, that style of setup, like where the DPS comes in and where the survival units are, they don't have to be the same units, and it'll work. It works really well. But yeah, Demeter is nice in that she's very predictable. So, but yeah, good luck. All right, time to actually use Hans now. Excuse me, that took a second because I was blabbing my mouth there. The only thing, okay, Demeter is one of my favorite fights because I will say this though, it's only one of my favorites if you don't know about it like some of in advance. Once you really know how the fight works, it's a little too easy to stat check, right? You stat check her, right? It is a fun fight with fun mechanics that are fun to figure out. I do wish, when I first fought her, I thought she was bullshit because I didn't understand the quick charge, but then when I figured out how it worked, I was like, okay, it's not so bad. But then it got to the point where she's actually a little too easy, where like, although she's got interesting mechanics, you can kind of muscle her a little too easily once you know what you're doing, right? So I wish she just had maybe a little more stats. Not way more. She doesn't need to be way harder, right? You got to be careful about that kind of thing. But I do wish she had a little bit more meat on her bones, just because once you do kind of understand it, she's not too hard to just blast. But she is well designed. She is... Because here's the thing. So Ace of Hearts, by the way, made a nice video for Fluffy. Because he's been in Lost Belt 6 for a while, I think, working on that. But he said in his video description that like the fight's kind of bullshit and annoying, and he had to basically just sit there doing it over and over and over and over and over and over again until they got good enough RNG. Which yeah, that's what happens, and that's why Fluffy, although I want to like him, is not that good of a boss fight. And this is something I really wish more people understood. This is a pet peeve. This is not actually that important, but it is something that bothers me. You have all these like content creators making videos, and you have like to be frank, the peanut gallery that doesn't even know what they're watching, right? And like, for example, I try my best, right? And this is where it's like a pet peeve. I try my best to make setups that are one of 2 things. Sometimes I'll make videos just for units that I like. Obviously, that's absolutely something I do. I'll just make videos for units that I like. I'm like, yeah, I want to beat this with Koo because I like Koo, right? Or I want to use Billy because I like Billy. I absolutely do that, right? That's like, bias, but that's what I do. But then, when I try to make videos that are, free-to-play accessible, and I try to make setups that are less RNG, that I can, to the best I can, right? So I try to find like a balance, because I've done this. I've done this for several challenge quests, where I will bring a unit that's slightly rarer, like maybe a 4-star, or like Kentucky or something, right? Like Router Kentucky, or something like that. Not because you can't do it without, because it removes a massive amount of RNG, right? So I'll know how to do something with 1 to 3 stars, and I'll be like, this is stupid, right? I'll have to do this like 80 times until the RNG lines up. So fuck that. I'm gonna bring like Router Kentucky or something like that, and that'll remove like a massive chunk of the RNG, and I'm gonna make that the video instead. I have done that many times. But the peanut gallery doesn't understand that, and they're just like, oh, this setup's not as good. And then meanwhile, the setup they say is better is some setup that requires like just miracle RNG that you have to do it over and over and over and over again. And it's just it's annoying. But I find that very annoying that people are so dumb, they don't know what they're talking about, right? Like I saw a guy saying that like one of my videos was bad because I used a 4-star, and this other video was all 3 stars, so it's better. Meanwhile, that 3-star video had Poster Girl in it, and it was like RNG is shit. And then the guy that said that, I checked his channel. He posted videos, and all of his videos were just like Castoria, Merlin, Veach, Oberyn, you know, meta, you know, whale stuff all over the place. Like, he has any idea what he's talking about with this kind of stuff. That just annoys me. This is not important. You know, this is just content creator crybaby bullshit. This doesn't matter at all. But what more on point, which actually does matter, right? You know, my nonsense aside, what I'm getting at is that, like, Fluffy just isn't that good of a boss fight. He's almost a good boss fight, but he's not. And it's because the more budget you get, the more RNG it gets. And to the point of absolute nonsense, right? Because it's not just the typical RNG of do you get crit or not? Do you crit or not? Did you get, and this is a big one, did the deck shuffle well? Are you able to get the NP gain where you need it? It's just fucking Odin decide to use the right, you know, boon at the right time or enough times throughout the fight. Because I know this, because I know the fight really well. And I gotta say that I am not trying to throw, like, Ace of Hearts under the bus. Ace of Hearts is awesome. He makes great videos. I think he makes, like, some of the best, if not the best, free-to-play videos for FGO and all that kind of stuff. And it's not just him. It's a lot of Fluffy fights. The more budget the Fluffy videos, the more bullshit they are. Every time. Every fucking time. It's because the fight's just nonsense. If you don't have a lot of raw value from using a lot of rare units, you are at way more of the mercy of the deck shuffling, like you needing to get good deck shuffles, or having Odin do good stuff, or God help you, you might need both, right? Like there's just a lot more, and you still have to figure a lot out. You still have to play well. You still have to, you know, figure out a good setup. You still have to, you know, use skills at the right time, all this kind of stuff. But a lot of times you're just not going to be able to do that setup and make it work. It's just not going to happen, right? Like Odin will just screw you over, or the deck shuffle will screw you over, or Fluffy crits 3 times in a row, or Fluffy invulnerabilities at a stupid fucking time. Or you know what? There's just so many things that can happen that make it just completely go to shit. And this is what I don't like about Fluffy. There are other fights where the boss can do annoying stuff that can really screw you over, right? That are very RNG, but you can actually bring things to compensate for it. Because there's enough wiggle room with the value, right? You're not so pushed on how much health you have and how much health the boss has and stuff that you can afford to bring something that it would be less good with raw value, but has utility that can offset the bad RNG if it happens, right? You can't do that with Fluffy. Anybody that's done anything even remotely budget friendly in that fight knows exactly what I'm talking about. You are not going to be able to like have like any like comfort utility picks in case something stupid happens. You are so pushed on the raw value because Fluffy just sits there like a fucking potato, just doing massive, insane AoE damage every turn that, you know, will send you to hell, right? Like that's all he does. He does very little. He just sits there menacingly, right, doing outrageous amounts of damage, and he has an outrageous amount of health with the damage reduction, right? It's very simple. It's a very, very simple boss fight. It's much simpler than Lee or Demeter or Zeus. Like it's a way simpler fight, right? It's just way higher stats, and you know, it's much harder to meet the stat requirement. And because of that, you have less wiggle room to bring units that might help you deal with the bad RNG that can happen, or the random invulnerability, or just the, you know, the survivability you might need, or whatever it is, right? And that sucks. So on the one hand, Fluffy is very rewarding to beat because he is so difficult, and it's a hard challenge to meet. But on the other hand, it's just not that well of a designed fight, and you're not actually using your brain that much. You're really not. And you know, the fight's been pretty figured out. You know, people know what works there. You know, it's really about, can you get the RNG to line up if you don't have the really good stuff to make it easier for you, right? And it's not really that interesting. Okay, yeah, perish indeed. But yeah, anyway, Ace of Hearts has a cool video for it, but he articulated how the fight is ultimately just, you know, really annoying, and it really is, right? Like, oh god, Fluffy not only, you know, does so much damage and all that nonsense, and there's RNG with Odin, and that's so annoying. I hate the RNG with Odin. And then every fight when you're having a really hard time, like if you're doing low star stuff and you barely have enough value to win, the deck shuffling is so impactful. Like good deck shuffles or bad deck shuffles make or break you. But then Fluffy can randomly get extra curse stacks. And if he can do it over and over again, you can have a fight where Fluffy gets an extra curse stack every turn, just over and over, and you're not winning. You're not going to win if that happens. If you're doing a low star setup and Fluffy just keeps proccing the extra stacks, you're fucked. Like you're not winning. And I have never seen a video where someone does a budgety setup, or even a solo or anything like that, where Fluffy is just proccing the bonus over and over again. And I've had it. I think anyone that's fought Fluffy enough knows what I'm talking about. You have these runs where Fluffy is just like extra curse stack, extra curse stack, extra curse stack, extra curse stack, extra curse stack. You're not winning, right? No way. Right now, when you do a whale setup, you still can. But yeah, the more pushed on value you are, is just absolutely not. It's not gonna happen. So you have to reset because Fluffy crit a bunch, or because Odin was bad every single turn, or because the deck shuffle was never good, or because Fluffy, got a bunch of curse stacks. And then, or combinations of these things, or like half and half of all these things. It's really dumb, right? It's actually just dumb. Okay, so let's get back to the actual content here. We get our little NP up here. Let's see what kind of damage we can get. So we already got 2 art cards. That's pretty nice. This is where Mozart would... Here's the thing. Mozart is better here. Because even though our NP is going to do 20% more damage, and if we loop, it'll do it again, Mozart makes it do 44% more damage. And then it also makes these art cards right here do 44% more damage. So you're going to get more bonus damage than like the next NP is going to get anyway. And then you're going to do more damage because you're going to crit guaranteed, right? And then you're going to get more NP gain because of that, right? It's just way better, right? You get a lot more out of that. Now, Hans will get the stars later. It's not like Hans doesn't do anything, but... I do think Mozart, when you're turn 1 in ping like this, and you got the art cards like that, is going to be better. We do not have sure hit, unfortunately, though, so I actually have to throw one of these away. Time to fight Phantom, I wish. I love Fluffy to death, but the boss fight is dumb. And like, the more I've done it, and the more I've seen other people do it, and the more I understand it, the more I realize that, yeah, the more simplistic you get, the more minimalistic you get, the more just bullshit RNG it is. I mean, it's just dumb. Well, that's a thing. I'm gonna evade because sure hit doesn't do anything. Hans doesn't have a guaranteed crit, but he might be able to get his NP without using his skill, which would be nice. We are going to do so little here. I need you to hit Izo. Wow, we were going to whiff that NP up, although I guess it wouldn't matter because he's only at 41k. I wonder if I could break then without it. Damn, I'm gonna have to do this. Can I do 41k with double crit, triple crit up? I think I can. We'll rainbow chain. Come on, Izo. Get him. Hans's buff is whatever. It's not great. It's not terrible. It doesn't really affect when you bring him though. It's like anytime you'd have brought him before, you're still gonna bring him. Oh shit. I'm honestly surprised that didn't work. We had attack up, we had triple crit up, we had the crit up from the command code even, we had the rainbow chain. I am surprised. And now, because we didn't break there, I'm whiffing this awesome turn. That sucks. That really sucks. And I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised at level 100 and he didn't have the defense buff and all that stuff. I am surprised that that happened. Yeah, it's certainly not worth losing a Shakespeare buff over. Well said, Zig. That's pretty much how I feel about that. That is not 3-star stats. That's literally not 3-star stats. Like, Izo at level 100. And I think this is 2k foe and all that. You know, you're pretty much a 5-star at level 90 at 1k foe. So that's just not... That's not the issue at all. And also with the amount of buffs we had, same thing. But yeah, it's because it's assassin modifier, which you can be a 5-star and it's still gonna happen. So you got assassin mod. Honestly, actually, if that was like King Hassan without like you know, even more buffs and all that at level 90 in 1K foe and all that, he probably wouldn't have broke either. But yeah, it's just assassin mods bad, class neutral, amount of low rolls, right? There's a lot of stuff there. Cause yeah, I mean 41K at neutral, it does generally require a bit of effort. What's up, dude? I mean, he put English in there. I think he was saying both because he probably doesn't know, you know, what I speak. But, okay, let's see here. Time to NP. I could wait one turn and get this buff, but Hans is somewhat likely to die here. I could save Hans, but someone needs to die so we get the taunt before the NP comes out. That'd be pretty embarrassing if we just died before any of the important stuff. They got English in there, calm down. Please come to Brazil. Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. I don't have that kind of money. I've actually never gone to like any kind of like, you know, anime expo or any of that nonsense. Fort is in Brazil. Well, there goes Hans, by the way. We did get our taunt that way. If I was a bigger streamer and I was richer, I would try to like, you know, get around the globe from time to time, like over time, you know, slowly. But yeah, it's kind of hard to do. All right, let's see here. Might as well do the Buster up. Got a taunt. Could do the humanoid now, but not really worth. I'll do the Star Absorb. Do I go full NP gain, or do I want to get that Buster up in there with the crit? I think we'll do this. Nice middle ground. You're still getting a lot of NP gain by putting the art card last, but you're still getting some decent Buster in there. So. Me in the middle. Don't find me in the Middle East. Yeah, yeah. I die in the heat, man. Super Sora, thank you for the 14 months, man. I really appreciate that. Dude, I will say, if I was rich as fuck, I would enjoy, like, you know, going out there and, you know, meeting some of the people from my chat, and then you can, you know, try out local cuisine and things like that. I would definitely enjoy that, but that's rich people shit, right? I ain't got room for that. All right, do we go? Yeah, we do that. That's a lot of wasted battery, but... Well, Hans is already dead. I mean, honestly, this is no different than if I just use Hans normally. Like, that extra NP damage did not matter because we ended up overkilling that bar because we took it to the 3% HP, right? So if we didn't have that NP damage buff, it would have been at like maybe 20k instead of the 3k, but then we would have broke it anyway. It made absolutely no difference. And I think that's going to be the case a lot of the time. Not all of the time, but I do think that's going to be the case very, very often. Do that. Chat, I gotta be honest, even though, like, okay, if I became a big boy streamer, which I'm not even trying to do, I don't do any of the things that one should do to try to become a large streamer. I'm not trying. And it's a few things. One, FGO is a terrible game to do that with, but so yeah, sure, it's nice to have more money, it gives you more freedom, and then you get to, you know, meet more people and that kind of stuff. But I don't like when streams have, like, you know, 700 people in chat, 1,000 people in chat, 3,000 people in chat, you know, 50,000 people in chat. You don't get to know really anybody, right? And like it warps the stream environment so much that I don't like it, right? I like my cozy stream and whatnot, and I'm not going bankrupt or anything, right? So I don't need to do it. And then the larger streams, it's more stressful. You have to deal with a lot more drama. There's like a target on your back to a bigger stream. It's much harder to get to know anybody because your chat's moving a mile a second. Right? And then you're more beholden to like trends and that kind of, I just don't really want to have anything to do with that kind of stuff, right? It's just not... I would rather just do something else with my life at that point. Like, yeah, there are positives, right? You have the you know, like the ability to travel the world and things like that. But like, I find that from what I've seen from the outside looking in, that the cons seem to outweigh the positives to me, right? Obviously it's subjective, but to me, it doesn't seem worth it. So yeah, I'm kind of happy to be like, just little streamer over here in my pocket of the internet. I enjoy that because I've legitimately gotten to know a lot of people and made, you know, close friendships and just a lot of acquaintances and stuff like that, of course. But you know, and just being, you know, it's just fun. Like whenever a new update comes out, you know, I see so many of my regulars in chat and their opinion of it, like who likes it, who doesn't like it, who rolls in what character, right, and all that kind of stuff. I really enjoy that, right? That's you know, a really big positive to me. I'm gonna do the crit down right now. I really want Mozart to live until I get my NP again, but this isn't exactly a great turn for that. I want to save Zhu Fu's NP to try to do an art chain. Just Buster Chain. This is barely a Hans setup anymore at this point, because Hans didn't do anything he wouldn't have done before. I think this had a 0 turn effect on the team. And I think that's almost always how Hans' buff is going to be. You'll be hard pressed to make it have a tangible like impact. Man, I could do the. I guess I'll do. I'm gonna get 20%. Yeah, I don't need to do the guaranteed crit here. I thought with that Star Absorb it'd go better. But we win next turn as long as Izo doesn't die this turn. I mean, holy shit, I find I miss a lot of stuff in my chat that I wish I didn't. Like, if I watch my VOD, sometimes it's like, damn it, I didn't see that guy ask me that question. Or I didn't see, you know, that statement or whatever. And if my chat was moving even faster, it'd be so much worse. Like, I can barely keep up with what I have. Okay. Me lurking for years. Nothing wrong with that. Lurkers are the backbone of streaming. I'm not even kidding. Alright, will we kill here? I'll put in slow-mo in case we do, so I have more time to react to it. We've only got the 2 art ups, but we'll see. I think most of my chat's in A. We've done polls and stuff before. Okay, chat, do we have a mod here? Can we make a poll for if you're NA only, JP only, or both? Very important that you have both on there. It's very, very, because a lot of people are both. And I think I attract both. If you want to get really technical, you could have both but favor NA or both but favor JP. Damn it, we didn't kill there. I'm on phones. Oh, you got it. Okay, if you answer both, please say in chat which one you favor, right? Like, please say both NA, both JP, right? Like, that way, because both might win. That's certainly possible that both would win. So right now, NA is winning, though. And see, this is what shows how much NA is winning. NA is winning, and then I figure most of both is favoring JP. Although, I don't know, now I'm looking at chat, a lot of people are saying both, there's a lot of both in JP instead of NA. I don't know, both looks pretty split. But that does mean at least around half of both is also NA. Which means NA is winning by just... I mean, look how few people only play JP, right, in my chat, right? Like, it's very few people. Even though I barely stream NA. And that's part of why I'm, you know, not growing, is like, if you want to do the best you can, you really do need to stream NA. Because that's where a lot of the viewership is for NA. Big surprise. But I just don't, I can't make myself like NA. You know, I don't want to play the game that I've already played 2 years ago, right? Just not as interested. I don't, you know, clairvoyance is nice and all that, but I'm already so happy with my JP account. Wow, we might actually be in trouble here. We'll probably be able to, with our scraps, do the 40k, but he's double defense up. Anybody can die to the NP now. This is gonna be a bit rough. We're gonna do so little damage here. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. I obviously have no idea how to say your name. We'll go with the... But I can't read the moon runes. Well, please don't hit Izo in the face. When I was younger, because, you know, I have family that's Korean, and, you know, I'm, you know, part Korean myself, obviously. I used to know how to read a little bit of Korean, but it's been so many years now, I don't think I know shit. I still know a little bit of Korean, like, speaking, but, I mean, oh my god, like, I've lost, what little I had, I've lost a good chunk of it, and, I could not hold a conversation in Korean, not even remotely. Like, I can handle hello and, you know, a few random sentences, but, yeah, it's not great. Okay, well, Izo didn't die. Well, we win here, because now we get rid of the evade, and we got the buffs. Okay, we got it there. Easy, that was pretty sloppy, though. I'll say 13 turns is not great, for a single target, but it's because, one, Izo is more of a short-term unit than a long-term unit, and, I don't think Hans was the right call there. Even with his buff, I think Mozart would have been better, and just, like, kind of started with that. I think that'd have been smoother. And yeah, Hans's buff did absolutely nothing. It had no effect on anything. I think I'd be very hard-pressed to go find a stage where Hans's buff did anything. It's difficult. If anything, it's easier with crit units, I would say. All right, let's go check out Jet Kita's buff. I guess I can do that on my ult account, because it can do Dagon. Yeah, it's done the fight. Chat, you want to hear something stupid? This is where I let it get to me. Now, it's not like it got to me so much that I really cared, but I like vaguely, I was like, yeah, I might as well. So I was gonna just summon my, Achilles for that Dagon video, which obviously, you know, it's not a very, you know, special video. It's just, you know, random stage solo, kind of a filler video, right? But, you know, I like Achilles, and it's a fun time to, you know, music and whatnot. So I was just gonna summon Achilles from my ult account to my main account, and do it there. But then I thought, you know, I've had people in the past that are like, this guy doesn't even have a Grailed coup. He's summoning it from somebody else, you know, and shit like that. So I was like, you know what? It won't take very long. I'll just get on my ult account and do Dagon on my ult account, so it's not a support Achilles, right? Just so, you know, it gets out there that half the time, you know, the units I'm summoning are my own, right? So yeah, I wasted some of my own time just because of that. And then as I was doing it, I'm like, I really shouldn't pander to this. I was like, I really shouldn't pander to this. But I was like, it's so low effort, who cares? But I wouldn't have gone through like extreme, you know, effort to have done it. But yeah, that's a thing, chat. Oh, I wouldn't have been able to summon on my main account anyway. And I can't summon Jet Kita. Now I have Jet Kita on my main account. I haven't done her buff yet. But I could do the buff on my main account, which is only level 80. Fuck. What's another stage we could test this out on? That's a fun one. There's Nito, but she's a caster. That's no good. The baby's gonna be too hard for Jet Kita. Like, way too hard. Because, oh, Nito's assassin. I'm thinking of regular. Okay, we could do it, but AoE is pretty scuffed there. I'd be, well, I guess that's a good time to do it. It'd be impressive. This would surprise me. Because, like, the baby wouldn't surprise me. I'd be like, you're cheating, or you got, you know, 1 in 1,000 RNG, right? Like, Jet Kita is just not beating the baby, right? That's just not happening. You're not really pushing value. You're just gonna die. Where this, I don't think she's gonna win, but, you know, it might be possible, right? So if she does it, I'm like, oh, okay, right? You know, that's pretty impressive, right? So it's like pushing the envelope a little bit, but you're not pushing the envelope to the point where it's not happening. Okay, chat. Who's got a Jet Kita? Any Jet? Oh, there we go. Done the buff. We got the proper thing. These command codes overall, though, are not very good. This one is really important to have, but these are all filler crap. These are not going to help her that much. As such, I don't think she could beat this. Even if it's possible for her to beat this, I don't think she could beat it with this setup. But it should be good enough to at least test it out here. Oh, yeah, you can bring yours, can't you? Forgot about that. Yeah, you can bring your own if you want. No reason to do that, but actually, there is a reason to do that. I just realized this whole time I've been screwing my team over. Ace, did you do it this way? Because boy, that would help Karna out a lot. Because yeah, now you can have an on death CE. And that whole time we were fucking around and we kept having to like reset because we weren't getting the 10% NP gain that we needed. We didn't have to do that. That whole time I could have just been getting the NP from this, and that would have. By the way, yes, you can do without the command codes. But were you doing? My point is, were you doing it this way? Were you getting the and did you know that entire time? And you just didn't say anything. That's what I'm actually getting at, by the way, is that you were doing it with this extra CE, and then you knew that entire time, and you just didn't say anything. Which is what I'm expecting. No, okay. Did you? But anyway, so I want to talk about this real quick because I think a lot of people get confused about like my own standards, and different people have different standards, and that's fine. But you know, I'm always talking about how I don't use George's Bond CE, right, when I do solos. You know, I don't bring an extra taunt wall. Generally speaking, I kind of try to use the same thing over and over again. And it's not like a side grade. People act like it is, but it's not like a choice to go at the NP gain versus like the invulnerability from George, or sometimes the NP down from 500 Year Obsession. Like those things, if they're used at the right time, are just better. They're just way better. It's not even close. All right, there's the defense up from Go West. The NP gain one is actually the worst one. And the reason it's the worst one is because you can accomplish what it does without it. You can do this, have no CE, and just get lucky, and just get like a rainbow chain on turn 1. Right? You don't actually need it. Like, so what do you think's better, chat? You bring on death CE charge, and then you get enough, you know, NP to get your NP anyway without it, or you the same thing. You get lucky with the deck shuffle, and you get enough NP to get your NP without this CE, and then you have another CE doing something else entirely, like giving you invulnerability or defense up or NP stealing the boss or whatever. That's way better. That's way better. Right, like it actually kind of annoys me because most people now that do that kind of stuff, that are trying to like push the envelope or whatever, you know, they do the other stuff because you know it's already hard. Yeah, they barely can do it anyway, and so they want that extra value, right? But then I'm like, oh, if you can only beat it that way, I don't want to do it that way. That's how I see it. But anyway, the reason I like to bring the NP on death is because I'm not looking to get help from my taunt walls. I'm looking to just remove fucking variants, right? I like it because it means you can get your NP right as your taunts die without necessarily needing miracle deck shuffles, right? Where if you don't have it, you can still get your NP, right? You can have 2 taunt walls with no CEs whatsoever, and you can get your NP right as the fight gets going, but you have to get really lucky. Right? You have to get really fucking lucky. I don't like doing that, right? I want it to be consistent. And I want it, and a big part of that is because, let's say I want to compare Medea and, I don't know, Cersei for whatever reason, right? And you want to see how they're doing in the same fight. You know, you want them to have roughly the same starting line. Where when you do all that other stuff, the variants just get so ridiculous that you know, it's a lot of luck is influencing it instead of, you know, I want consistency, right? I want that consistency. She did have Kimlon, I just forgot. So now you're a liar. So you did do it, you lied to me, and you also just didn't tell me that entire time. So you're like a triple son of a bitch. Don't defend him, chat, because you know I'm right. This fucker, by the way. Also, you could give her a taunt CE if you didn't have like Chen Gong with K-Scope and all that. Like if you have into Poster Girl or, you know, Outrage or whatever. Tomorrow is Canis buff. Trust? I doubt it. It could be, but I doubt it. Although I will say it was getting pretty predictable. All their picks all were like the units that kind of obviously needed the buffs the most. But these last few days really haven't been like that anymore. So, you know, God knows what they're gonna do now. That Hans buff really confused me. That took so long because I'm like talking and not concentrating on the screen. Her skills are pretty good, so this is nice, but on the other hand, we might need the heal. I think we're gonna need the heal. Welfare buffs do happen. They're rare though, but they do happen. Valkyrie does need a buff pretty bad. That would be very fair. She's only good for farming with Scatty specifically, and it's because Scatty's good, not because Valkyrie's good. She's just a vehicle for Scatty. It's just not great. No unit should ever be like that, by the way. And like even George, right? Like or like St. George and Siegfried, right? That combo is legit and is really good, and in some situations it's one of the more practical, especially more free-to-play friendly things you can do. But the thing is, George is good without Siegfried, and Siegfried is good without George. They're better together, and that's great. But units that are like super reliant like that is stupid. Shouldn't be like that. Cause like, what if you don't have Scatty? What if you don't like Scatty, right? You should, if let's say you're a huge Valkyrie fan, right? Valkyrie's your favorite character, and I'm sure that's somebody. I'm sure Valkyrie's someone's favorite character. But they either don't like Scatty or they don't have Scatty, or even both. They should not be beholden to doing Scatty stuff to get any kind of value out of Valkyrie, right? That's just lame. Because like, if you're a huge Siegfried fan, and for, let's say, now, George is so inoffensive, right? And it's such an unextreme design and stuff. I doubt anyone hates St. George, unless they just hate anime in general, or hate FGO in general, or whatever. But I doubt there's anyone that's a fan of FGO, and then is also a fan of Siegfried, and then, like, very much dislikes George. I doubt there's anyone. I mean, you never know, but I'm sure there's some people that are, like, take it or leave it about George. Like, yeah, I don't, you know, he's whatever. But I like Siegfried a lot. I'm sure there's people like that. I'm sure there's some people that love Siegfried to death and are just kind of whatever about George, right? They don't have strong feelings one way or the other. But at that point, you're probably still fine to use them. You're probably not going to be upset about using them. But you should not be beholden to George, right? And you're not. If you love Siegfried and you're going to grail him and all these things, you can do a lot with Siegfried without St. George. Now, he does really help, and he allows you to do, you know, the dragon stuff if they're not a dragon. But you could just use Siegfried when they're a dragon naturally, right? Or you could use strong enough supports, because he does really good damage without. He's got a lot of damage up nowadays. But yeah, I've actually never seen someone that dislikes George. I'm sure somebody does, but you'd have to dislike George and also like Siegfried, and I've never seen that, and I don't know if that would exist, really. Like, that's... Because I think there's enough overlap in their, like, style of design and mannerism and stuff. They're not, like, super similar in mannerism, but, like, I can't... It'd be really weird that you would like Siegfried and then super dislike George. That does not make a lot of sense. Those are called heretics. Well, anyone now or watching the VOD on YouTube, or if actually a lot of people watch the VOD on Twitch, you know, they can't really comment though, but if you like Siegfried and you really don't care for George, you know, whatever you're, you know, by all means comment, you know, post on our Discord or whatever. I'd be curious to hear about that. All right. Well, the elephant's the biggest threat. Yeah, say why, preferably. More detail, the better. Oh yeah, and the George combo works with Grimhilda as well. It's not as good. It's absolutely not as good, because she doesn't have the third skill that Siegfried has and stuff. But she's a berserker, so she's applicable to more classes and such. And this is nice, and I'm sure Grimhilda fans know this. Grimhilda is the kind of berserker that needs protection, right? Because she doesn't have strong survivability on her own. And George is great for that. So George is keeping Grimhilda alive by making anyone a dragon, and then she's a berserker with the bonus damage against dragons and stuff, right? It's quite good, and yeah, you can do the 4-turn taunt combo as well. And then if you're, and that is really nice if George is grailed and stuff, because now you can just keep on protecting and whatnot. And you can do like George, summon your friend's Castoria if you're wanting to be like meta, right? And then use your Grimhilda. And then Castoria is just good in general, obviously, and helps Grimhilda a lot, but then we'll keep George alive longer, right? With the extra taunt and all that. It's super good. Super, super, super good. And then if you do the 4-turn taunt, it's only a 5-turn cooldown, right? So you have 1 turn of an opening, and you could use your Mystic Code to protect Grimhilda there, or Castoria. And the next turn, George can taunt again. So yeah, it's crazy. Actually, that's gotta be awesome, man. Like having a Grail George, summoning a friend's Castoria, like if you happen to not have her yourself, and then you've got your own Grailed Grimhilda. That's gotta be a pretty fun gameplay experience. Like going through the, you know, Lost Belts like that, and doing a lot of boss fights like that. Beat up Gwaine and all that. Like that's gotta be really fun on it. You can do a lot. And you don't have to go if you want to be more free to play or whatever. You don't have to do Castoria. You could still do Mash. That's still fine. You could do Hans. You can work in Zhufu, right? That's a good combo with George still, right? You have a lot of options there that can still keep the team going and still give you some degree of damage and all that. Like it's good. That's good. Yeah, 120 George. Yeah, 120 George, 120 Kriemhilde. I'm sure. I wonder if somebody's doing that. Probably. It's probably a common enough of a combo that someone's doing it. All right. I gotta think about when I want to cast this stuff. I really need to kill all 3 of these right here. Yeah, I think it's very important that I do that. But I also need to save as much value as possible for the boss. I think we do the 3rd skill, because that's such a large damage up. And then I think we don't do the evade or the NP up. And I don't think we do the 1st skill either. And we have to hope this is enough. Can I do 56k at neutral with an unupgraded NP? NP 5 level 100. We're pushing it. Chat, I really miss the original vibe of Fate, by the way. Just don't really have it anymore. I mean, they kind of dip... Fate Strange Fate kind of dips into it a little bit here and there, but I always think of that when I hear of the Dean Knight OST and some of the visual novel stuff. I think what we do is we Rainbow Chain. We save the stronger card, though, for Ivan. Sucks they're not quick, though, when you have a 50% quick up. How bad can it be? Okay, 45k. Come on. The Dean soundtrack is one of my favorite anime soundtracks ever, to be honest. I mean, there's some real hot competition out there. There's some really good shit, but if I was gonna make like a list, like top 10 best anime soundtracks, it would be on there. Also, so would Witch Hunter Robin. That is a god tier soundtrack. Holy crap, dude. Wait. Oh, Ivan's a writer. We didn't kill Darius? Excuse me. Okay, chat, I'm cheating just because I'm literally just gonna restart the stage and do the same thing again. We're at the very start of the fight. I'm just gonna redo the same. I would just do the same thing. I just forgot that Ivan, we counterclassed, but I'm surprised we didn't kill Darius. Yeah, obviously that's a fail, but I'm not gonna just redo those early turns. Nothing exceptional happened. We did not get good RNG. We got one card. We got one quick card on turn 1, right? If anything, resetting would give me better luck. But I just don't want to take the time. But yeah, we are cheating a little bit here. God, I've gotten so many comments about like Karna would have done it. It's so stupid, dude. All right, just that has 20% crit damage up, but it's less likely to crit. It should be fine. That's crazy we didn't kill Darius though. It's probably low high roll. Oh, dude, I was trying to get that picture of that stage instead of her stage 1 or 3 as a reference for the Vlad is stupid video, and it took so long because I could not find a picture of that anywhere in good quality anywhere on the internet. And neither could Hex Maniac. We just could not, we couldn't find a video with it, and we couldn't find a picture of it anywhere, so I had to get it myself and take a picture. It took fucking forever. Also, holy shit, that NP gain, let's go. Now, the best turn to do the evade is on the last turn, but this turn, I'm gonna have to, because I have to save the other evade for the NP, I think. We're gonna have a bad time. So we're gonna have this one turn, because that other turn of defense down, no enemies attacked us. But this one, we're gonna be vulnerable. Huh. So I can do the crit damage, but she's got the damage resist still. But the crit damage is the only way we're gonna do anything. There's only one turn. I gotta try. I think we gotta muscle this first health bar to an extent. Could do this attack up, but I want to do that in the second health bar and just kill her. Rainbow Chain. Maybe not when you've got that big of a quick up. This is the only turn the defense down is relevant. Every other turn I can deal with it. That damage was not great because of the damage resist. That's pretty cool animations though. Oh, look, that literally never happened to Karna. Like he like never got crit, and I think that was a Buster crit. We got motherfucking Buster crit on the turn with, you know, like the one turn we couldn't. Like, it's so stupid, dude. Like every fucking unit we've used, she throws out massive normal card damage, except for Karna. Like, it's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb. We are looping, though. Honestly, impressive damage and loopability and stuff. $30K. Fuck, we're gonna die to the NP. She's because if I evade here, she doesn't NP here. The NP's on the next one. If you break here, I think it might fuck with it. I'm not really sure. We just need one more. See, I think she could do it if she had a heal boost and heal command code, because I'd have like 4,000 more HP right now. Really, and by the way, Karna had that, you fucks. Karna had that. Like, legit, if she had it, I think she could do it, which is really impressive for being AoE. Well, I have to do this. I really, really need to break here. I need to do the stun resist. Go full damage because of the damage resist. She's got double defense down though. Come on. Yeah, she might actually NP now because we broke. I'm not really sure. Yeah, she does. It's weird, if you haven't broke there, she'll remove her damage resist and then give herself the 1 NP down. Or she won't NP then. We have to live one more. Dude, she could do this with the heal command code because we only need one more turn. And also, she could have done it if we didn't get fucking Buster crit earlier, like Karna. Because we could have quite a bit more health right now. So also, if we had the heal boost command code and the heal command code and we didn't get that giant fucking crit, I could have potentially full health right now. And then we'd be so safe. So we can kill her next turn, most likely. But I can't do shit on this turn. Man, this defense down we can remove, which would help. But I don't think we have a debuff clear command code. I don't remember what this one does, but I don't think it's debuff clear. Most of these command codes do nothing, so not ideal. Yeah, she could have won so smooth here. So dumb. Yeah, at the start of the next turn, I think she would have, sort of my turn, she would have gotten rid of both damage resist and done the defense down. And I think we would have killed. It'd have been close, though. It's still hard at neutral without our buffs. But all we gotta do is have the same goddamn command codes that Karna had. And we had worse luck because we got smacked. Lancer Karna now. That's actually an interesting one. Yeah, actually, I do think her buff is pretty good. Like, that's impressive that she can do that. Why does Ace have everything? Like, why does Ace just have every unit that that's applicable right now? Probably default again. Hey, look. Wait, we don't have heal and heal boost. We're definitely gonna want that. I think. Let me think. It certainly needs to be on Quick and Buster. I don't know which one needs to be on which. If you do NP Rainbow, then you probably want heal boost on Quick. If you do BBB, then you want it on Buster. I think your NP turn is Rainbow. I think. So my gut says put Quick or heal boost on Quick and heal on Buster. I'll give Ace a second to do that. I think all Jet Kita needs... I don't actually think she needs anything. I think her ability to do what we just saw is actually above average. A lot of AoE units have not done well there. No, she was favored because she countered Ivan, to be fair, but I think she's already performing well enough that there's no problem. Now, she's not top tier, so there's still room for her to be better. Even if you don't want her to be top tier, like, it's okay for her to be buffed again. But I don't think she needs it at all. I think her buff, she's completely viable, and there's no problem. Fine, I'll add it. I don't have my Twitch linked right now. Every like 30 days it undoes it or whatever. All right, there you go. It's funny. All right, let's see. Has Ace done the stuff? Oh, I can switch to Golden Sumo. That CE is 102 though. It doesn't really matter then. That's probably about as good. I mean, Golden Sumo is probably better because we are probably going to Rainbow Chain some. But this is fine too. It's not too big of a deal. It's a shame we don't have like the purple pink combo because it looks super good. All right. There's the heal boost and the heal. All right, we're good to go. Oh, why can't you skip this? Let me link the song here. This is a Dragon Roost Island cover. It's a very, very good one. I love it to death. There you go. Wow, this was made 8 years ago. I feel so old now. Dude, and this has only got 100,000 views, 120,000 views. It deserves more recognition, man. It's super great. All right. So, I guess Darius big like Ivan, and she elephant like Ivan. That's the theme I got here. She has divinity, right? So she'll get obliterated by the NP. Darius, so we should attack Ivan. Kinda sucks to use the heal right now. Maybe I Rainbow Chain. It's not like one buster's that big of a deal. Besides, I don't want the NP to kill. I want one of them to survive the NP so I can Rainbow them after. That's actually really important. I think I hit her then. Yeah, it's really important one of them lives. So you get more Stargen and refund and all that good stuff. I just said the song name, and I just linked it in chat. I'm dying here, Cobb. I don't listen. At least you're honest about it. But yes, it's Dragon Roost Island. It's right there. Fuck, this sucks. This sucks so bad. It's because Ace doesn't have the, I think, the starting NP passive. Shit. Also, we didn't get quick or art, so we had no, of course I like Claw, but that's why you gotta give him shit. But, oh, this is terrible. Oh, no, I gotta restart. That's his buff. We just threw his buff away. That's so bad. I do? Then how did we... So wait, we were at 70, then 80, now... Oh, right, yeah, we just got the 90. It's because we got no NP gain from any other source. That's why. So he needs a quick or art card. So he has 3 cards in his deck that'll work out for him. You could make it 4 by giving him a Merlin command code and a Buster card. So then he'd have to get 1 out of 4 out of 5 cards to get it, which would be pretty funny. But then you could just get no cards or the 1 Buster that, you know, didn't have it. That's why when you have 2 taunts and they both have the battery, there's really no RNG in it. Take the buff and throw it in the trash. Indeed. 40 stars put to good use. God damn it, though. Chat, I need to play Arknights and I need to play Elden Ring. Apparently, the PvP is very different now, and I want to try it out. Obviously, you know, the DLC will reinvigorate the PvP scene again, so it's no rush, but still. But yeah, I need to play some Arknights. I need to finish the event, for God's sakes, and I need to get some Elden Ring in there. Yeah, I've heard it's more like Dark Souls 3 PvP, but it's still not, because the thing is, people say that, but from what I've seen, like, I watched Chase the Bro play it some, because, you know, he's awesome. It has some things in common with Dark Souls 3, but it's still very different, because... Okay, that's looping. This song's amazing and all, but it is looping. You know, there's jump attacks. Ashes of War are actually good. All that kind of stuff, right? Because Dark Souls 3 is still way more reactive. Like, Dark Souls 3 was almost entirely about reactionary bullshit and that kind of thing. There's Elden Ring, it's still got some of that, but less. It's still a lot less of it. Yeah, I imagine Rivers of Blood is back. I thought of that. The second I saw those changes, that's what I thought of. Because those early slashes will poise break you now, so have fun. Yeah, that's absolutely gonna be a thing. The return. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of dumb weapon arts are really broken right now that like, no one thought about before. You handle Melania, yep. They'll probably fine-tune it, like, because it's not even a major patch, right? This is like an in-between patch, probably like the DLC patch or the one before the patch or whatever. They'll probably fix up some stuff. All right, that should be enough NP gain right there. Whiffing the heel. God damn it. I don't want to risk not getting my NP. Axes are probably worse than ever because hyper armor is better than ever. Because if poise is a lot less useful, then hyper armor is the way to go. And axes, normal axes don't have hyper armor. So. All right, Karna. Damn, though, I don't want to do my second skill, but we might need it. I might have to BBB here. I'm not confident we'll kill Ivan with a rainbow when our crit chances are kind of crappy and stuff. We'll have faith. We can always science it and reset. I don't mind resetting like that early because it doesn't really affect anything. It just saves my AP and my time. Yeah, I don't see standard sized axes doing well in this patch because they have bad range. I think having range is way better than ever when there's no poise. Or when there's, you know, minimal poise. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you have to be very familiar with your damage thresholds for this part. I've always wanted to do a faith build, and I've never really committed to it because I don't know. I just haven't found like the right weapons to use and that kind of thing that I end up liking. But I never really do it. So we're gonna have to Buster NP Buster. I think that's the only way. Unfaithful. Also, I just like strength in Elden Ring a lot. You know, I don't, funnily enough though, I don't like a lot of the typical strength weapons. I don't like the giant hammers and stuff like that. They're kind of silly. But strength ended up being really good with a lot of weapons that would have otherwise been quality, is because quality is bad, by the way. But like, you know, the lances and great, like standard great sword, not like big boy sword, but like, you know, claymore, you know, which normally would be quality. So a lot of the quality stuff just moved over to strength, and I like those weapons. So that makes me like strength a lot. That one should be good enough so we can save the anti-servant damage one here. Yeah, you can do strength, faith. I might do that at some point. There's no, they have the points to spare. They can pull it off. I just never have. I just never bothered. My really high level character has some faith, right? Like my level 200 invader. I've got, you know, golden fucking barrier and all that stuff, right? The buffs. That's about it. I bet you Sword and Board is better now. Sword and Board's never been that great in Elden Ring, but I bet you Sword and Board's way better now because of the poise change. Because single longsword had a real problem with just getting poised through all the time. Where now that's not an issue for that. You just have to look out for hyper armor, which is, you know, it's mostly fair, although not always, but that'll make it way better. Because one-handed straight swords, like, instead of dual wielding, it does have the good R2 and all that. Yeah, I figure straight swords are looking pretty right now, which is nice for me because I use straight swords a lot, so. Okay. Not a terrible time to go for the crits, but not the best time either. Here's the problem. He needs to line up his buffs on the second health bar, and we can't possibly live that long. That makes me think he's just really ill-suited for this stage, because there's like a minimum amount of survivability that you almost have to have, unless you're super Orion and you can two-turner even with the damage resist. I think I have to cast this now. I don't think I have a choice. That's a song. I think I gotta focus on NP gain. Man, I really wish Star Rail was more like Arc Knights and FGO, with like the end game having a set stat line. Because a lot of the magic is just lost in that game because of the way gear works once you've been playing for a long time. It ruins everything, and it sucks because the game was so much fun. And that wasn't a problem. But I knew that was going to happen to it. I even called it before the game came out. I said it'd have that honeymoon period where the gear is not a problem. And then the second there's no content, you farm for like a month and a half, then the game just becomes shit. And that's what happened. That happens to Epic 7, Genshin, and all those games with gear like that. Every single one of them is the same. All right. Well, I guess I do this now, because if I don't go, we're screwed. I guess I Buster? I'm gonna whiff a lot of my heal if I Buster, though. Shut up, music. Not the right kind of music here. I gotta BBB. I gotta embrace the brute. I'll play Star Rail again though whenever they add the Plunchy Boy, and I'll just catch up on the story then. I think his name's like Luca or something. He looked really cool, so I'll and also what's his Sampo is rated up, so, and so is Serval. Like I use Sampo and Serval all the time, and they're both rated up, so I'll do that then. It's in a week. Yeah, we'll do it then. Well, we're going really fast for an AoE unit, but we still have to wait. Man, maybe I shouldn't have whiffed that heal then. That heal was one of our only chances. Hey, Lost. Lost, can you give Okita heal boost and heal? Jet Kita, that is. Like, probably heal boost on Quick and maybe heal on Buster or something. You know, good command codes for this stage. Guess like Rainbow. I don't know what else I would even do here. I think we're gonna be one turn short here. If I didn't whiff the heal, we might have lived though. And the heal comes back in one turn. So bad timing. Stop doing Buster attacks. Oh, good. That was at least the turn that she nerfs herself. Well, we got none of this stuff, but 20% more damage or higher crit rate. Probably the crit rate. Fuck. What are you gonna not crit for? Well, it's not good. If I didn't whiff the heal earlier, we might have been all right. Don't you do it. See, Santa Karna, right? He had that turn where he got smacked like that, and he'd already been smacked before, but she just did like, you know, Quick and Art with no crits or anything, and she just double crits over here, right? It's just the whole fucking reason. He would have won though. If she didn't double crit like that, he would have fucking won. I'm gonna be right back. I need to get water. Give me 1 second. Not bad though, honestly. Karna did really well there for having no survivability. That's about as good as you're gonna do in that context. Oh, did you do a triple buff turn? I just unplugged my goddamn microphone. 1 second. Not my headset, microphone. Don't end. I just remembered a funny story. This has nothing to do with anything we've been talking about today, but I figure I'll share. You know, it's just streaming, it's just to listen to a guy ramble for a few hours, let's be honest. But, way back, before, I'm not kidding, this might sound silly, but I'm not kidding. This is before the internet was really established, right? Like there was no YouTube, there was not even that many websites, right? It was everyone had dial-up, AOL, right? It was back then the internet was mostly for email and like very few sites, right? I mean, a lot of people in my chat probably never experienced this, by the way. Like Lost did, but this was a long time ago. And funnily enough, how I started thinking about this was I was thinking about like stood up there, I unplugged my microphone, right? Which I'm not using my microphone right now, I'm using my headset, but I got my microphone still hooked up because I use it as like a sound system because it's just so easy to like plug my earbuds into it or something like that instead of plugging into my PC directly, and it works fine and it's just easier. But I was thinking about it, like these days, most people, their PC has only ever been like that, where you don't have, most people don't have speakers these days, right? Like when I was younger, you only had speakers. That was the only way to get sound from your PC and whatnot. You know, everyone could hear it, and it's not gonna be the best sound quality and all kinds of stuff. That was pretty much just how it was. And that made me just think about the olden days, you know, when I was younger. And so here's the story I'm getting to. Now, it's important for the context. You did not have websites like Newegg, right, to buy PC parts from. You couldn't buy PC parts from Amazon. I don't think Amazon even existed yet. There was literally no self-help guides on the internet on how to build a PC or any of that kind of stuff, right? There was just a lot less information back then, and PC tech was way more basic, right? Way more basic. And this is like back in like 1996 or something, right? Long time ago for technology. So, you know, like gaming PCs, you know, like really dedicated gaming PCs didn't really exist. But you had like the best hardware you could. You know, you had graphics cards and stuff back then. And there were video games like Mech Warrior and things like that. So anyway, my brother wanted to build a PC, you know, instead of like buying a pre-bought one, like an office one or whatever, that could, you know, be as good as it could be for gaming, right? So he went to this computer shop where this guy, you know, sold computers and computer parts and those kinds of things. And I remember this very clearly. This is a very clear memory for me, and I've remembered it my whole life. And it's just really funny. So I remember the shop owner told my brother that, you know, you can do the best you can to make like a computer for gaming, but like computers aren't for gaming. And back then, you know, they really weren't made for gaming. It was like office work and emails and, you know, shit like that. And I remember this so clearly. He said, you can't really build a computer for gaming, and you never will. You know, computers will never be for games, right? It's just something on the side you can do. Right, I remember thinking back then, that's bullshit. I remember thinking that so clearly. I'm like, there's no way that's the case. That is so bullshit. I remember just, even though I was really young back then, right? Like, I was like, you know, young lad. I was just like, bullshit. And what's so funny is now, it's actually the complete opposite. All PC tech is built almost entirely around gaming. For the civilian use anyway. Obviously you have like military use and that kind of stuff, but you know, graphics cards are developed almost exclusively with gaming in mind. And it's because all the work stuff like spreadsheets and emails and office stuff, those can be done like it's nothing. It takes like, you know, 1% of your computer's ability, not even 1%, to deal with that kind of stuff. Right, so you don't need to develop technology dedicated to opening emails and things like. It just doesn't matter, right? Like you're like, it's a side thing. You can have like the most joke computer on the planet. It can deal with like work needs and things like that. So, and because gaming has become a huge hobby and it's like way bigger than most hobbies and stuff, you know, all of it is centered around that. You know, PCs are completely built for gaming in mind. And then like, oh yeah, and as an afterthought, they can do work stuff too. And of course they can, because it's so easy to do that. So that Sky's statement could not have aged worse. How often did you clean your mouse? I don't even remember. I remember having to do that. I guess like, you know, maybe once a week, something like that. So I remember I really disliked it when it, you know, would get messed up. But yeah, Lost knows what I'm talking about. Lost knows about that era of, you know, speakers and stuff, and the internet not really existing, and you know, ball mice that would accumulate dirt, and you'd have to like open them up and get the dirt out of there and all that. Old days, man, old days. God, I wonder if you can still make a ball mouse work. I wonder if Probably. I mean, you just a converter or something like that. You could probably get it to work. Yep, dial-up connection, AOL, sound effects. All right. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of kids did that, like taking the ball out and just messing around with it. God, I know all these things. Yeah, we got a few older gamers here. My coworker is using a ball. How? Why? Like, you can buy a laser mouse for like nothing, right? Like, you can get a really cheap office mouse for like $5 or something. Like, why would you even bother? I am so... Does he have to clean it and stuff? Like, what the... Why? Like, I can't imagine what the point of that is. Is it just because it was laying around, or like what's... Does he just like the old school? Like, what's happening? So I'm assuming... Okay, yeah, no, it's right there. All right. This could probably be better. I don't know what... That's like 2-star bomb. Like dot removal or something. So that could probably be better. Also, this could be like golden sumo or something like that. Although this does help NP gain. That's not terrible. Because we got 98% that one time and stuff. So it's not... If it's 100, it's probably fine. If it's not, though, then we probably want something else. Oh, it is 100. Yeah, what is this again? It's quick 15, and then what's the other effect? I don't remember. I use a ball mouse because I had it for years. I don't feel like buying another one until this one breaks. How old is that though? Quick crit. So that's 35% quick crit damage. That's not too bad. And it's, I think 15% more NP gain for the NP. Oh, it was event slot. Yeah, it's hard to say because like the quick crit ultimately is not worth it because of your extra, your NP, and when you do Art Buster. But if that CE is better, it's because of the NP gain. We'll see. If we ever have a turn we're at 98%, then it would have been worth it. So we'll see. I do love though how Lost did not have Golden Sumo on JP, but then the second it came out, he instantly level 100 it because he's been waiting for this day. And I know I've been talking to him, you know, over the years. He's been working on CE bombs that he was not going to use unless Golden Sumo came out, and then he just boom got it. Quite nice. That was the one good thing about the anniversary. Oh yeah, old stuff doesn't break as much. That's so common. That's very true, and it's because the business side of things wasn't so calculated. You know, now they figured it out that you can build it cheaper for less money, and if it breaks sooner, they have to buy another one sooner, so they spend more money. So we spent less on making it, and they have to rebuy it more often. And they've just gotten... All companies have gotten really good at that now. But back in the olden days, they didn't even think about that. It was just like, yeah, build it as good as you can and get the customers that way. Yeah, Golden Sumo is really the only W. And some of these stages were better than I thought, but these are just like ethereal, right? They're just a temporary little thing, you know, little event stages. They're not really meaningful in the long run. Yeah, video games are in a bad spot. Video games are a little different though, because you know it's not the same thing as like a table breaking. It's more like the industry has become like the music industry, right? So like music used to not be as corporate, and then over time it did. And that's the video games are going through the same thing. The big difference though between video games and music, and this is actually a good thing, is there is so much more interest in it and there's so much passion for it. And because of the technology, the indie scene, like indie music doesn't really get anywhere. There's, you know, there's underground enjoyers of indie music, but it's not a mainstream thing at all, right? There are a lot of indie game enjoyers, right? The market for indie video games is massive, where the market for like indie movies and indie music is tiny. And so that's allowed video games to maintain a degree of integrity just because of that. Yeah, Halls of Torment, my god, dude. But yeah, video games still have a degree of integrity because of that. That they're holding on. And it actually looks like they're not going anywhere. There's not much evidence that they're gonna go away. Actually, kind of the opposite. The one-man, two-man developers are starting to be able to do more and more because the technology to make games is getting better and better. Right, like the man hours are getting lower and lower. They're still limited as fuck, right? You're not making Elden Ring as an indie. That's not going to happen. But indies can do more now than they could 10 years ago. Because I very much remember the indie video game scene from 10 years ago and 15 years ago and things like that. Especially 15 years ago. And they can do a lot more now than they could then. Like a lot more. So that's good. So we'll, if anything, they're more of a threat to AAA. Like AAAs are starting to like collapse on themselves in a lot of ways because of their terrible fucking business decisions and bloated marketing budgets and all that nonsense. Okay, so, yeah, she's a threat, so she's the one that I gotta smack. Sucks that I, didn't get like a Buster card or something, although we do need the NP gain here. See you, Red. AAA really is a shit show now. It's unreal, man. There's like almost no AAA games I care about. Now there are games that are in between indie and AAA, like Earth Defense Force, for example, that I still really enjoy. But yeah, I can't even think of a AAA game I really care about. I mean, I guess FromSoft stuff. I would say they are just now AAA. I think like when Dark Souls came out, they were like A, if that. Like actually when it was just Dark Souls and Demon Souls, they really were, oh god, they were pretty scuffed. But then up to Elden Ring, I would say they were like AA or something like that. Like they still didn't have the biggest budgets and like that many resources. But now with Elden Ring success, they are absolutely a AAA studio now. Like that was a very successful game financially. Because it actually didn't have as big of a budget as some people think. It had a big budget, but like bigger than Dark Souls 3 and stuff. But it's not as big as some of these other AAAs. So they got to pocket more of the profit. I want to play Remnant. Once I've got like, you know, I'm not like trying to catch up with Arknights and FGO. I'll find some time to play it. It looks cool. It really does. I've only seen a bit of it, but it does look like a fun time. So we kind of need this skill, even though the battery's gonna go to waste. But I need the damage. I don't know if we've done enough this time. I'm a little worried. Well, I may have to save scum again. I'm not really familiar with like what we need to have happen here with damage. Did Ivan just live? Oh no, okay, no. Whew, that'd have been bad. Can we do 18k? Yep. We would have looped with the other CE. That sucks. That sucks so bad, dude. Oh, that's so bad. I'm not convinced I should actually cast that there. Like, I could save that for the final health bar, potentially. This turn's so bad, though, because I didn't NP. I think it is a mistake using that skill there. I think we do save it for the final health bar. Okay, I need a heal boost again. Do I have the... Yeah, I got it. I really enjoy her gameplay. I actually like her deterrents a lot. I think they're very fun to play around. They're what make the unit feel unique. Like trying to maximize your defense during the defense downturns. And then if you do have to face tank one, trying to make it an earlier turn. And then trying to maintain your debuff immunity and stuff. even in a team setting, you can have 2 debuff immunities right on 2 different cards, and because they last more than 1 turn, you're still almost guaranteed to have it as long as you prioritize it. It's a lot more interesting than just same-o stuff. I don't know, maybe that quick up one is the way to go because we're consistently so close, but not quite. Last time I think we broke on this turn, so wow, we're way behind. If I heal here, I'm gonna whiff some, but I don't think I have a choice. Only 1 turn left. So I kind of have to do this instead of taking the 20% damage. Fuck, and then she crits us. And look, that never happened to Santa Karna. That's so annoying, dude. Like, one's bad enough, and then of course she did it twice. And now we're just fucked. God, and she already did it, so we're gonna have to have the damage resist again. And it's all fucked up. Yeah, we needed to break faster. Shut up, Ace. I have to somehow live here without evading, I think. $35K. I probably could have done quick there. Yeah, because she doesn't damage resist anymore, so of course I could have. We would have lived, but she crit again. There was just so many little things going wrong there. That was just such bad RNG. Okay, let's try that again. Revamp. Chad, I am so hungry. What the hell? I just realized I'm like starving over here. I have to eat something in a bit. Let's see. Raikou, I don't think I really need to test. It's pretty farmy focused. It's kind of whatever. We never tested the Booty Lancer buff. And there's someone else that we're missing right now. Do more team stuff too. We've done a little bit of Karna. We haven't used him in a team setting though. Karna in a team setting would be fun with that Star Bomb. Chad, how many like dance, jam, etc. emotes do you guys have? At this point, it's like there's so much variety. Like that little dino guy and all that. Is that like a Twitch one? Where does that one come? Do I have that? Oh god, I love Shark Jam. Yeah, is this just, I guess this is just a Twitch emote now? Little dino dude. The Shark Jam's killer. And then the GIF, that's a famous one right there. Look at all this nonsense. And people a lot of times find ways to make emotes like a jam or a dance emote that aren't meant to be, but they make it work anyway. The rave emote is so good. The rave emote is the Castoria rave emote. That one is amazing. I'm gonna have to make an emote like that at some point. I kind of want it to be fluffy, like fluffy with glow sticks. I think that'd be really good. Yeah, fluffy rave sounds like a good idea. Yeah, or rave too. I gotta find an artist that I can really bounce back and forth with creatively to do Ort emotes. I want to do that really bad, but that's gonna be hard. That's gonna be so hard. But it's gotta happen someday. All right. Same hand as last time, except we don't have the anti-stun. Wait, we don't have Paimon Royale anymore? Well, I guess I never had it, but does Cairo not have it? Because he made the damn thing. Yeah, we got Paimon Royal. But did Cairo get rid of it? Was there like some drama? Because I can't imagine Cairo would just get rid of it for no reason out of nowhere. He's not like a Paimon hater or anything, I don't think. Or is chat just crazy? Alright, we don't necessarily have to hit Darius because it's low high roll. Let's take a peek real quick. Let's see what happens. Mr. Streamer, please, can we have Paimon Royale? Yeah, if I get like donated $1 million, right? I had to, by the way, I had to pick a number that I knew wouldn't happen. That was very important there. And if there's ever an opportunity for like some awesome, like Green Man versus chat where it's like a real, oh, okay, what? Oh, and I didn't have the anti-stun. I forgot to do that. Well, this run's scuffed. But if there was ever like some kind of like really awesome competition thing we could do that was like nail biter, and you make it like if chat wins, they get Paimon Royale or something, I might do that. But the right chance would have to come along. Here's the thing, I don't want someone giving me $1,000 and I have to put in Paimon Royale. That's the thing. I can't be bought that cheap. All right, chat. So yeah, that's why I didn't say anything like that. I was like, unlikely, but if some like rich fuck was just like, let me fuck with this streamer, I don't want that. So yeah, I had to pick a bullshit number that you guys aren't ever gonna get. So thought ahead. Santa Carta gift. Lap dumb. Is that like a 7TV emote or something? Yeah, and Lost. I know Lost got bank. I don't think he would go that far. But yeah, I don't want to invite no Paimon Royales right now. Gotta keep that out of here. But maybe someday. It's got to be the right thing. That emote is so weird because like it's not like it's not clearly defined anything. Like I guess it's supposed to be like dumb, like a dumb face, but it doesn't exactly look like that really. It's kind of just like staring. Kind of what that is. But chat likes it apparently. You know what? Let me just get this Darius shit out of the way. Like, it's a funny face, it's just I don't have a clear defined emotion out of this. Chat. I was looking back yesterday because I didn't stream because I was working and I was poop. But when it was like late at night, I was kind of wrapping up. I was rereading some like old bits of like Fate from like the APOC books, and then I came across the Edmond Dantes, drama CD. And I'm reminded, when you look at that, they were obviously going to make more of those, right? Because it's called like Tales of the Heroic Spirit, like Heroic Spirit lore, right? And then like subtitle Edmond Dantes. They were obviously planning on making more of those. And then I don't know, they either forgot, maybe it wasn't financially successful, I don't know what the deal was, but they didn't make any more. And it sucked because that was awesome. That was really cool. Also, Roa got fucked, but what are you gonna do? That actually was a cool way though to incorporate him into the story and stuff. But yeah, they were clearly planning on doing more of those, and I would love to see like a Beowulf one or something, right? That'd be really awesome. Alright, I can now put all of my effort into the elephant here. The elephant in the room. Unfortunately, I have to still do the quick card first because I don't have the debuff immunity yet. And I'm not guaranteed to crit. Oh god, I don't think it's gonna work. What? How though? I mean, if one's gonna live, that's the one, but that's not good. I'm just gonna lose health for free here. Yeah, I guess that's just a low roll. Well, that sucks. I also didn't use heal boost last turn because I didn't think I needed it, so I'm gonna lose 500 HP because of that. Damn it, man. This sucks, dude. I don't think we can do it if that happens because now I can't put up the debuff immunity. Well, I can, I just can't rainbow chain. Probably worth. It's not like I really needed to rainbow chain that much. So if I had actually used the heal boost last turn, I'd have another 500 and we wouldn't have lost too much health. But that's probably death. I doubt we can weather that. That's pretty, Oh no, that's super death because we wasted a turn of our buffs. Yeah, holy shit, no. Yeah, no, that's big no. The reason Roa is still alive, I can't believe so many people, like, I've seen this so many times where people, like, Edmund didn't kill Roa permanently. Yet, yes, he did. The reason he's in type Lumina is because that's not the same, like, world line. Like, he is fucking dead in, the normal history of the Fate world, but it's not the same in, Tsukihime world. But yeah, that comes up a lot, by the way. But yeah, he fucking dead. Now, maybe he's in the Throne of Heroes now in Fate timelines. That's actually possible, but yeah, they're separate world lines. So they're connected in a way, like they have like this same, like they're connected to the same like Throne of Heroes, right? But the Throne of Heroes is not very active in Tsukihime worlds. It is somewhat though, like the counter force can still be summoned and stuff like that. But the Throne of Heroes doesn't do a lot in the Tsukihime world. But for example, someone can die in the Tsukihime world, get added to the Throne of Heroes, and then get summoned into a Fate world, right? Like that can happen. And that's basically how you can summon Lancer or Artoria, by the way, because this has fucked them up so much. And they said this in a way that they can't retcon. It's like way too fundamental. They said Artoria can only be a Saber, and they were so in your face and flat out about it. That they have always, and you're like, how's that a thing? Because we have a million Artorias. So they have a reason for every single one. Regular Artoria from Fate's Stay Night can only be a Saber, and that has never changed, and it is still like that. The Lancer Artoria you summon is not Artoria from Fate's Stay Night. She's from a completely different world line, like Arthur is, right? It's a completely different character. It obviously happens to be a completely different character that's incredibly similar, but there is no older version of Artoria like that in like Fate's Stay Night stuff. It just does not exist. And like Archer Artoria is Saber Artoria that had her Saint Graph temporarily changed by Scath. That is literally just Saber Artoria that's been changed. And all of them are like that. Every single one of them is like that. They're either a different world line, or it is Saber Artoria but changed and things like that. None of them are actually a different class, like for regular Artoria. I mean, they basically are breaking the rule with that, because the thing is, that's how Fate almost never breaks the rules. That's what people don't understand. Fate almost never breaks the rules. They just they make up complete bullshit excuses, right? Like they make up whole, systems like other world lines and stuff to put adult Lancer Artoria in here because she's not technically Artoria, right? That is cheating. That is breaking the rules. They're just doing it in a way that's not like it's in a technicality. It's not breaking the rules, and that's generally what they do. Now, where they do fuck up is sometimes they'll break the rules and establish like an exception. Like, oh, okay, this exception means these characters can do this under this circumstance where they normally couldn't. but then they'll like forget about that exception and they won't apply it when they should. And that's, by the way, that's why they'll never tell you the exact criteria to be one of like the mini grands for like a class and all that, because they don't want to say, oh yeah, to be a candidate to be a grand archer, you need exactly this, and this, because then a bunch of characters retroactively that they didn't intend to will meet that criteria, and they don't want that. That's why they always keep it really fucking vague, and they do that with a lot of stuff in the Nasuverse. They're trying to like not write themselves into something that, you know, they might not want to deal with in the future, essentially. Yeah, it is kind of like if your parents said, you know, no more YouTube, and then you started watching TikTok under the covers or whatever. It's like, I'm not, you know, it's kind of silly, but you know, it is what it is. To be fair though, like, on the one hand, you know, writers need to think ahead and need to, you know, be smart, and it's actually very wise. Like, you know, in the future, I might want to make a story about this, that, or the other, so maybe I should plant the seeds for that now. Like, why not? And some writers do that, but most don't. A lot of them kind of just take it one step at a time, and they don't plan ahead, and they try to retroactively make things fit, and it gets kind of awkward. But Fate was the side thing. That's what people don't really get. Fate was a complete side thing, because at that time, Type Moon wasn't making, like, it wasn't like Tsukihime was their main thing, or Fate was their main thing. They were kind of just doing these stories that were kind of vaguely in the same universe, and there wasn't like a set one that really took off. And then Fate just exploded and got way more popular, so they did so much more with it than I think they ever intended to. So they hadn't set a lot, like a lot of what was said in Fate Stay Night did not lay good groundwork for, you know, what they ended up doing with it in the future. Okay, for the love of God. So Ivan, you could hit Ivan once here, and you'll probably kill. Let's do some testing here. Let's muck about here. I probably should not have done that, because now I don't have the debuff immunity for the next one. But yeah, I need to like trial and error this to really find the right path. I would say more times than not she does kill Ivan, but I don't know, maybe not. That's like 3 times she's failed. That's weird though, because we did it like 2 or 3 times and she never failed, and now she's failing a bunch, so I'm not really sure. It just sucks because if that happens, it lowers her value dramatically, because now you have to do like a rainbow chain or something. Thing is, you can't say something really wrong and dumb and then just be like, lol, it's a joke, because what was the joke? There was no joke in that. There was no ironic twist. There was no punchline. There was no like funny wording. You just said it, right? And it's just wrong. Like, it's either not a joke or it's just a really, really bad one, so. Yeah, 120 is a bitch, especially for units that, you know, you didn't get retroactive coins for, and like who's never had a rate up and shit like that. All right, yeah, I'm pretty sure if you wanted this to work, you basically have to do this. Honestly, I just think her win rate, I think the win rate on Nito, if you get there clean, is actually really good once you have the heal boost, but we've never gotten there clean again. And I actually think the odds here are terrible, because you basically have to be able to kill by doing a quick chain. That way you get the immunity and the stars and the refund, and you benefit from your 50% quick up. Because I can do a rainbow chain, but then I'm not benefiting from my giant quick up, so it's not actually that good. Yeah, and see, we're not going to kill. I don't think it's possible. Like, I don't think, like, on this set of RNG, I don't think it's possible. And, like, if that happens, you've lost. Like, the hard part's not Nito. It's actually these 3 right here. And this has actually happened for a lot of AoE units. And that's why I've said I think single target units actually have a much easier time here. And so far they have. Almost every AoE unit we've used here has had this exact problem, where they just cannot cleanly kill these units. And she has it better than most because she's counterclassing 2 of them. But it's because her NP doesn't actually hit that hard because she, it's not upgraded. You'd have to do like her second skill to reliably kill everything, but then you're fucked. You can't afford to do that. Yeah, honestly, yeah, Sumo might be better. Like, missing an NP now and then might not be as bad as not killing here. Not killing here is massive. But yeah, funnily enough, we might have to go back to Sumo. And the problem is, Darius and Ivan have like the same health. Because what's really fucking us up is I keep having to attack Darius on that one turn, where I need to be attacking the elephant on that turn. Let me see, I'm gonna get really scientific about this. I want to see Okita's alignment and to see which, like, maybe she's more likely to kill Darius than Ivan because of the because of just like the way the attribute stuff works. Okay, so she's man. Man is best against sky, worst against earth. Ivan is probably earth. That's probably why he's living the most. But honestly, Darius might be earth too. Yeah, they might both be earth, which would explain some of the problems we're seeing here. Nope. Darius is man. Which I know that makes sense. I'm getting, yeah, that's right. Earth is like Achilles, right? Didn't actually exist. Like myth, that's not. So they're both man. Okay, they're both man because yes, they both actually existed. That's what I was thinking. I was getting my stuff confused there. So she, oh wait, no, Sky is bad against man. Yeah, Sky is good against Earth, right? So no wonder this is happening. By the way, with how little HP they're surviving with, that is absolutely why this is happening. Like that slight damage reduction you get from them, like attribute counterclassing you. That's why this is happening. So she is less likely to actually kill Darius because he's got more health. Huh. Yeah, wow. I don't think there's much RNG in the second fight with Nito, but she needs, it's not like terrible RNG, but she needs to like get NP on this first turn. She has to get 10%, and then she really needs to get her debuff immunity thing on the first turn. That's really the RNG, and then she needs to not low roll and fail to kill them. Because she really needs to be able to punch the elephant right now. I mean, I would say Lost Belt 6 is the least interesting lore Lost Belt because its lore has nothing to do with anything. It's like the most standalone thing, so that's not really lore, right? Lore is like building on the world, or like it's kind of like an Elden Ring, right? If you made Elden Ring 2 and it is completely detached from Elden Ring 1, it's not really building on the lore at all. It's just like a separate... Lost Belt 6 is a separate JRPG that has nothing to do with anything. And it's just like Nasu wanted to make like a JRPG, like fantasy story. And then but you know, he's got to write FGO stuff, so he just put it in FGO, but it has nothing to do with FGO. And I mean that, I'm not exaggerating. Lost Belt 6 has nothing to do with anything. Like, it's a completely detached, like, universe system that was created and destroyed in Lost Belt 6. So it might as well never have existed. It has nothing to do with the lore of the Nasuverse or Fate in any way. It's like a Seinfeld episode. Right, everything that happened went away by the time the episode ended, and all of the systems and stuff were completely detached from the normal Fate universe. Right, it just has nothing. Like all the phase system stuff is not how it normally works. The way servants work is not how they normally work. Nothing had anything to do with anything. None of the characters had anything to do with anything because almost everything was like Lost Belt specific, and then it was all gone by the time the Lost Belt was over. So it was just like Nasu wanting to write his own JRPG and just putting it in FGO because FGO is, you know, the thing he's got in front of him right now. Which is why I don't like it, because, like, by all means, if not, in my opinion, if Nasu's like, I don't want to write some FGO stuff right now, let the other writers deal with it. Fuck it, I want to go make a JRPG game or another anime or whatever. He should do that instead, right? That's a better way of doing it, because Lost Belt 6 would be better if it wasn't trying to fit in with Fate. That's the thing. It's both properties are worse because of it. Lost Belt 6 would be a much better story if it was just actually on its own. You know, practically it is on its own and it doesn't have any like hard connections and all that, but it's still technically an FGO and all that. And it's just weird, right? Like trying to make this like new fantasy system with, you know, new, like the whole way people are born in Lost Belt 6, you know, is completely different. And all these like unique systems in Destiny that's completely different and all that. It's nothing to do with anything. That would just be better in its own video game or its own anime or, you know, just its own separate thing. There was just, it's so tacked on, right? It is so tacked on. You know, it clearly wasn't planned for, and we know this, by the way, with the history of what they've talked about with Lost Belt 6, it wasn't planned for. Never mind, like, planned for when they first made FGO, it wasn't planned for when they made the outline of 2.0, right? The original outline of Lost Belt 6 was very different and was synced up with, you know, it was like regular Morgan, not Lost Belt Morgan, and you didn't have all this, like, singularity inside of a Lost Belt and all this nonsense. You know, it was a lot, you know, it was a lot more connected to FGO, right? It was where Lost Belt 6, they changed it, they made it where it really isn't connected to FGO at all and has almost nothing to do with anything, and it's just there. And I think here's the whole problem. People are really biased, and, you know, I have my own biases and that's fine, but I'm very good at detaching my biases. Like, for example, like I said, if the Green Knight was added in this anniversary, I still wouldn't like the anniversary. I would like the Green Knight, but doesn't make the anniversary any better. Most people are just completely incapable of doing this, right? They like Lost Belt 6 because they really like the characters or the setting or my Morgan or, you know, whatever it is, and that's fine. Those are perfectly fine reasons to enjoy it, but it clouds their perception of like every aspect of it. It is totally fine to be like, oh yeah, I love Lost Belt 6. I thought Morgan was awesome, or I thought Oberon was awesome, or I like the fairies or whatever it is. But yeah, it obviously is really detached from the Lost Belt stuff and it's kind of out of place. And yeah, I can see why like Vortigern fans weren't really happy with that, right? And a few people are like that. I do see a few people that are like Cairo is like that, and you know, some people are capable of keeping their objectivity and still liking what they like, and that's fine. But most people aren't, and that's, by the way, that's normal. That's actually like a lot of psychological studies we've done show that most humans are not capable of having like a rational detachment from their like emotional stuff. They're really, really bad at doing that. And I've seen that very clearly in FGO. Ultimately, people just want to say, like, it's like Artoria fans. They want to act like Artoria is perfect and she never did anything wrong because they like Artoria. It's just stupid, right? You know, and people want Lost Belt 6 to be perfect and have no flaws whatsoever because it's the one they like. And like, here's the thing. There are things in FGO I really like, but I can still accept that they have flaws. Nothing in FGO is perfect. This game has got a lot of fundamental problems, and it's got a lot of schlock, and it's sloppy and rushed a lot, and doesn't have the budget allocation it should have, and all kinds of stuff. But I don't ever get like delusions of grandeur that like any character's perfect or any story is perfect or any gameplay system is perfect. There's always flaws. Things are always, and there's a lot of subjective stuff. But it's like I always say, like with Ninja Gaiden Black is a good example for me because it's a game I love to death. It's one of my favorite video games from a gameplay standpoint ever. It's got a terrible story. Horrible story, horrible camera, right? There are many problems with that game, right? And I do not delude myself and act like, and a lot of Ninja Gaiden fans do. I see a lot of Ninja Gaiden fans acting like everyone that complains about the camera is just a noob that doesn't know how to deal with it, right? Like that's a good defense or something, right? No, it's not. It's a completely valid reason to be like, no, I don't want to play Ninja Gaiden. I don't like Ninja Gaiden. This camera's terrible. I don't want to deal with a camera like this. Even if the other stuff's good, I don't want to deal with that. That's a completely valid reason to not want to play Ninja Gaiden. Completely valid, right? 1000% valid, right? But most people are just incapable of doing that. When they like something, they have to like all of it. And you see this beyond just like video games and stuff. You'll see this with like opinion YouTubers, right? Be it political or religious or anything like that. Their fans or their detractors want to, like, if their detractors want to disagree with every fucking word that they say, right? They don't want to agree with anything, even though sometimes they're going to obviously be correct. They just got to try to find a way to make everything they say wrong. And then their fans have to try to make everything, they have to try to force it where they agree with everything they say. That's stupid. You are never going to agree with another human being on 100% of everything. That is just not going to happen. If you find that you're agreeing with someone on 100% of things, that person is either lying to you to manipulate you, or you're deluding yourself, right? You're just not gonna find people that you agree with fucking everything, right? That's just not gonna happen. But yeah, Dark Souls 2. Oh my god. You see, but Lonely's what I'm talking about. Lonely's doing it right, but a lot of other Dark Souls 2 fans aren't. Lonely will admit that Dark Souls 2 is, because Lonely is a huge Dark Souls 2 fan, but he will admit that game has a lot of problems, and that the problems are great enough that some people are not going to enjoy the game, and they have very valid reasons to dislike it, right? He understands that. It's just the subjective things that he really enjoys about it are good enough to outweigh that for him, right? And that's the healthy way to appreciate something, right? Is to have enough objectivity to be able to see it from other points of view and see the flaws that are there, even if they don't like bother you too much, right? But you can see why they might bother someone else, or why they are just an objective problem, right? Some things are subjective, some things are objective. And I've just noticed Lost Belt 6 is just, people are really stupid about it. Now, and I've seen some haters about it be really stupid about it too, right? Like you know, they won't like a single fucking thing about it, even if there's something that really they should like about it, right? They're just kind of like hating on it because it's part of Lost Belt 6, right? Like I can appreciate the horse armor designs, right? Those look cool. I can appreciate a lot of the art actually in Lost Belt 6, right? Like Hector and all those things, those are cool. I can appreciate like the plot twist with Morgan because it was a fun plot twist, but it wasn't forced. It wasn't, Morgan's death was subverting expectations, but it was logical, and they had laid the groundwork for it actually to have played out. It didn't just happen because they wanted it to happen, right? And like I can give credit to that. That's actually good. That's better than what a lot of the other shit they do sometimes, and like where they just pull shit out of their ass for no reason. But yeah, I've seen people hate on Lost Belt 6 like irrationally to the point where they can't see any of the good stuff in it. But I see even more though of people that are trying to defend it and act like there is no flaws with it and it's the best story that's ever existed. Where it's more like it's just a story you really, really like and resonates with you a lot, which is completely fine. That doesn't forgive, you know, a lot of the nonsense and just contrived, like there's a lot of contrived bullshit in Lost Belt 6, and there's a lot of filler in Lost Belt 6 and things like that. And you know, people have different thresholds for filler, obviously. But I see people acting like it's not even filler, and that's just ridiculous. That's what I see a lot, is and like here's what I feel about Lost Belt 6. There's too much filler, and then the filler is like tone deaf, and it doesn't ring true. A lot of the filler in Lost Belt 6 does not run alongside the rest of the story in a way that feels coherent or believable, right? It feels really like dumb. It feels like there's no way these characters would be acting this way in this moment in this filler stuff, right? It does not ring true. And that's just Nasu's writing in a nutshell, in my opinion. When he does filler, it just does not ring true. It's not coherent with the rest of the story. In a vacuum, it'd be perfectly fine, you know, slice of life stuff or whatever, but it's not coherent with the rest of the story, and I find Nasu is very, very bad about that. And to be frank, this is just my opinion. You know, I'm not God, but to be frank, I find most people that disagree with that are just being illogical as fuck. I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming that that's not how people behave. That kind of writing doesn't ring true. That does not, you know, jive with, you know, a lot of like the way the characters are established to behave and stuff in the more serious bits, right? It just doesn't make sense. And a lot of people are like, no, it makes total sense, right? And they're just blindly defending it. I find that a lot. Yeah, it's like that fucking soccer tournament in Lost Belt 7, right? And it's just, again, it's not like, you know, sure, soldiers in World War II would find times to play games and joke around and whatnot, but it's not going to be the same like if they're back home and there's no war going on, right? It's not the same. And the thing is, to be frank, a lot of people can't write that. I think it's very difficult to write the lighthearted moments that happen in the moments of strife, right, during crisis. It's a very unique set of like circumstances for people's mental state when you're trying to take the edge off. You're trying to, you know, it's like if you're in the trenches of World War I, there's a lot of downtime where nothing's happening, right? People don't want to just sit there with a frown on their face, but at the same time, this insanely horrible situation that they're in is looming over them at all times, right? That changes, you know, how you behave and whatnot. And I think a lot of writers don't understand that because they've not experienced it, right? They have a hard time writing that kind of stuff. And like you might have something like Black Adder, right? That was an old comedy show, right? That's pure satire. It's not trying to be believable, right? A lot of like slapstick comedy and stuff that happened in that isn't trying to be realistic or believable, right? It's not trying. So it's okay that it doesn't ring true with reality, right? It's parody. But you'll have like Nasu doing stuff that's not parody and is trying to be serious and be taken seriously, and then all of a sudden you have these slice of life bits that are just completely out of place and don't ring true to like the more serious parts of the story, and it doesn't even make sense, right? Now, some people, I guess, maybe see it as like those parts are supposed to be parody and other parts are supposed to be serious, but Nasu doesn't write it that way. You know, he writes it as one coherent story. And yeah, I think that stuff rings very, very false. And a lot of people I think, are just really blind to that because they like the parts of the life they like so much, they just want to turn a blind eye to that kind of stuff. And I just think that's kind of ridiculous. And for me, this is why Lost Belt 6 is so bad for me, though, because, you know, I complain about that kind of writing style even when it's not Lost Belt 6, right? I'm very consistent about that. I just don't like that kind of writing style. It's just not my cup of tea. There's a lot of stuff Nasu does with, like, storytelling I don't like. I do love his characters, though. He does do a good job with characters. But, so, you know, Nasu's typical stuff I don't like is present, but then a lot of, like, subjective stuff that is just not my cup of tea is also there, right? And so when you combine those two things, it's just not a good time for me, right? There's not a lot there that I'm going to like. There are some things I do like about Lost Belt 6, though. Like I said, the Morgan twist was done very well, I would say. And there's a few bits here and there that are cool, but, you know, overall, Lost Belt 6 is just not my kind of story. Yeah, Tristan's a good example. You know, they contrived this whole thing about servants working completely differently in Lost Belt 6, where they never work like that ever again in no other place. And like, I'm sorry, if you defend this, I just think you're on so much fucking copium. They act like, cause it's so stupid, right? Like every fucking servant that they need to be relevant, for some reason, isn't affected by servants being nerfed in Lost Belt 6. You know, Da Vinci and Mash, they're not nerfed, right? Like Tristan is. And it's because Tristan would be too powerful right in Lost Belt 6. And like honestly, if you look at their power stats, I think Tristan would beat Burgess. I mean, Tristan like normally is crazy strong. So he's nerfed, you know, in Lost Belt 6 just so they can have him die and show off how awesome Burgess is. And that's the whole reason they came up with that fucking servants being nerfed thing. But then all the other servants aren't nerfed. Just because of some contrived, they're like, oh, well, Mash and Da Vinci are demi-servants. Why would that matter? Why would not being, like, that would make it worse, right? You have less servant in you, so you're weaker anyway, and that what little servant you have in you should be nerfed, so now you're even weaker. But like, it just makes why the fuck would being a demi-servant make that not apply to you, right? Like, why is Galahad's juice not affected? Like, that, it's just dumb, right? It makes no fucking, and they know it makes no sense. It's just, it's literally any condition that's not what Tristan is, so they'll use that as the excuse for them not to be nerfed, right? Right? That's just dumb as fuck, right? You're just contriving, it's ultimately a contrivance to get rid of Tristan, and then they're not going to apply that contrivance to everyone else because that would fuck up the story, right? Like literally every other servant for one reason or another does not have the servant nerf. I think there might be like maybe one other person that has it as well, but like basically nobody has it. I don't even remember if Ku had the nerf, and if he doesn't, they'll just say, oh, it's because of Odin, right? Like obviously that's not the same reason as a Da Vinci and Mash, but if someone asked Nasu, he would, if it was Caster Ku nerfed, he'd either say he was, or he would say, oh, he wasn't because somehow Odin is preventing it, right? Like they'll just come up with literally, you know, one reason or another. Like just, yeah, every fucking servant is not nerfed for one reason or another except for Tristan, because fuck Tristan, right? It's so lame. And Nasu does this all the time. I mean, this is not a Lost Belt 6 specific thing. I mean, I've complained about that in like Heaven's Feel and other stories by him all the time. He just makes up all this contrived nonsense and perfectly made from the ground up to meet like really stupid plot needs. It's plot device stuff. It's very unnatural. And it stands out too. It's very noticeable that's what he's doing, right? It's not camouflaged well. And the thing is, if they wanted Odin to be weaker in Lost Belt 6, Nasu could have just, you could be like, oh yeah, because, you know, they don't have a record of these gods, blah, 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 you know, like, it's bullshit. Okay, so the ideal situation here is to have already had the debuff thing, but debuff immunity thing, but I don't have it, so I have to do it first. Now, I can hit Ivan first if I have to, but I would, like, never kill that way. And I'm probably not going to kill here either because I have, like, no crit chance. Yeah, she needs so much RNG on hand number 1. She basically has to make stars so she can crit here, and then she really doesn't have to, but she needs to get the debuff immunity. Oh my god. Dude, she just can't do this first wave, man. I mean, we did it. I don't know, we might just want Golden Sumo or something. I don't know, but like we did it several times in a row, and now we just can never do this first wave. I mean, we could do it by casting other abilities, but then we'd be behind to the point where I don't think we could do it. The thing is, I don't know why people act like there's so much Fates Stay Night references and stuff. Here's how I feel about it. They do really shitty Fates Stay Night references, and they never do anything meaningful. They never use Lancer Coup, right? They never use regular Medea. They never use regular Medusa. They never do anything with Fates Stay Night. Like, I completely disagree that there's like too much like Fates Stay Night stuff. There's like none of it. And it actually feels really forced that they go out of their way not to allow Fates Stay Night to be relevant, right? It's actually lame. There's just times where it's like, yep, regardless. And the thing is, it's like Nasu said a long time ago. It's like, oh, like Artoria already had her character arc, so give other people time to shine. Essentially, that's fine. But when it makes complete logical sense for Artoria to be there, she should be there. I don't even like Artoria. And dude, this is the thing. This is how like people think these days, especially youngins. Right, I was talking about how people can't separate their biases, right? And because of that, they think other people can't separate their biases. I got a YouTube comment by someone that heard like 2 minutes of my This Anniversary Sucks stream, right? Like I put it on YouTube. And so someone like only watched like 2 or 3 minutes of that, and then obviously commented and like turned the video off. And they were basically saying, I'm just a mad Ogla fan. I don't even like Ogla. I have no feelings about Ogla one way or the other. I don't give a shit if she gets added or not. And I've always said, y'all remember, I've said this whole time that I was like, Ogla's probably going to get added. Like, yeah, she could get added with the anniversary. But I was like, if she was going to get added, she'd probably get added with this ordeal call when they're with them remaking her and turning her into a weapon, and then like maybe you save her or some crap. I've always said that. I didn't think she was going to get added with the anniversary anyway. I just thought there was a chance of it. But anyway, that they were just like, oh, this guy's just like a mad Ogla fan. And I'm like, I literally never said Ogla's name in the entire stream. Right? But that's how a lot of people think, and it's because it's how they think. They think I'm gonna just make up all these reasons why I don't like the anniversary, when deep down I'm just mad that Ogla's not in. When I don't even like Ogla, I don't care if she gets added. And even if I was an Ogla fan, if I was a big Ogla fan, you're right, I'd be like analyzing this stuff. And I wouldn't think she'd get added with the anniversary anyway. If I was a huge Ogla fan, I think her best chance of getting added is whenever she comes back in the main story, because she's obviously going to, because they hinted at that with, Rasputin Kodamine talking to the Chaldean, right? Like, she's obviously going to return. And, like, if you save her the day or whatever and, like, make her not evil or whatever, because she's probably going to be, like, brainwashed or something, right? That's when she'd get added. If she gets added. That's I think, the most likely time. Right? And sure, anniversary stuff sometimes is main story stuff like that gets added in advance. So like I'd always said, like, yeah, maybe Ogla is the anniversary servant. It's possible. But I was never like betting on that anyway, even if I did give a shit. But I don't give a shit. There's no war. The only way I roll on Ogla if she gets rated up is if someone else is rated up with her that I like. I would never roll on Ogla. And like I don't hate her, but I don't like her either. She's just there. I have no fucking strong. But anyway, what I'm getting at is that's how a lot of youngins think. It's like, I'm biased, and that means everyone else is biased, right? This guy's only hating on the anniversary because he just wants Ogla. They can't think objectively about the actual issues, independently of the thing that they subjectively like or not. And yeah, that's just a lot of people. People are fucking dum-dums. But it's like the same thing with a lot of Fate stuff, like who gets included in stories. Like, I don't like Artoria, right? I am not an Artoria fan. If anything, I'm kind of a hater because I like Mordred a lot, and I think Artoria, really fucked that up. And I like good parents a lot. I think good parenting is one of the most important things you can do in life. And like how much you care about like because it's a character, they're fictional, right? But what you relate to and dislike and like is very subjective to who you are as a person. Like, for example, I can like a character that it doesn't have a moral compass like mine, depending on like what they are subjectively, right? Like I like maybe Columbus or something, even though he's a terrible person and I don't value what he values at all, right? So it's like subjective what you enjoy and don't enjoy in a character, right? But due to like who I am and what I like and what I want to see and stuff, I don't like bad parents, right? I'm not gonna root for like a really shitty parent in an anime, generally speaking. Unless like their character arc is about becoming, like realizing they're bad and becoming better or something like that. Or but there might be like some other circumstances where like a really shitty parent is like you know, mixed in a way that's interesting that I might like. But if you're like some like wife beater, you know, asshole father that like, you know, beats his kids as well and stuff, probably not gonna be rooting for this character, right? Probably not gonna be rolling the gacha for that one. And I would say most people wouldn't, right? But then you'll see people in this like say, oh, you shouldn't hate on characters because they're fictional, and just because they don't have like a moral compass you agree with, that's fine. Meanwhile, they would never like a character that's like a wife beater, right? And it's because subjectively they find it that repulsive to be a wife beater that they're not going to separate that, or it's just not the kind of thing they want to root for, or whatever, right? That's just how it is. But anyway, we all have like I don't think Artoria is like an offensive character. I don't think she needs to be removed from the Fate franchise. Right? I have no problem with Artoria existing. And she is an interesting character, even though I don't like her, right? I don't like Artoria really at all, almost on any level. I just straight up don't like Artoria. But I admit that she's still interesting. And she deserves better than she gets in most Fate stuff, right? They do these like really weak-ass references, but they never actually use her in a meaningful way, even when the story blatantly calls for her to be used in a meaningful way. Like, it's actually kind of ridiculous how much they beat around the bush with Artoria. It's actually kind of dumb, and I'm like, yeah, if I was an Artoria fan, this would annoy me a lot. So I can still be annoyed on their behalf, right? Like I have empathy. I can see things from their perspective, and it's the same for a lot of stuff from Fate Stay Night. They just go so far out of their way to twist it, or like just, you know, oh, it's Kid Medusa instead of regular Medusa, and it's just dumb, right? Like, just use regular Medusa for fuck's sakes when it makes sense to, right? Same for Ku and stuff. I get tired of them constantly coming up with reasons not to use Fate Stay Night, even though like everything about the story should be Fate Stay Night. I mean, for God's sakes, like there's all these Fate Stay Night things because like where FGO diverged, you know, it intersects with you know, Fate Stay Night and whatnot. Obviously diverged before that, like even with Fate Zero and all that. But like, you know, you've got the Fate Stay Night Grail War in FGO, but then it's just like they came up with every reason not to use anything Fate Stay Night related to it. Right, that's just they just made that up, right? They're dodging, right? Like Q dodging, right? It's just silly. It's kind of hinted at that Proto Arthur is like spoiled Mordred, and like he's got like a huge soft spot for Mordred and whatnot, and that's part of it. But like that Mordred needed tough love. We don't know a lot yet though. There's just evidence of that, and obviously he likes regular Mordred, and he's actually nice to her. What kind of? But we're like, Artoria won't even talk to Mordred or acknowledge their existence or any of that. Or Arthur does, right? So, and with that, and just the way Proto Mordred behaves, it seems like Proto Mordred needed some tough love, right? Because he's like a spoiled fuckhead. Where regular Mordred needs a goddamn hug, right? And Artoria won't give her one, right? So like that seems to be what's going on there. But we don't know a lot about Proto Mordred, so we just do know that Arthur is way nicer to Mordred than Artoria is, and Proto Mordred's issues are clearly different than Mordred's issues, like very, very clearly from like that one scene you had of Proto Mordred. Yeah, basically they need to swap dads. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on here. I'll do Okita one more time because it's kind of annoying we're not getting to do the real fight. But I hate when this happens. By the way, this is infuriating when there is an ungodly amount of RNG here, but it's because of like 2k HP. There is, I mean, right, so far what this looks like, she has like a 10% win rate, and it has nothing to do with fighting the boss. It just has to do with cleaning the trash mobs, you know, here cleanly. And it's not like she's not even close. She doesn't need miracle RNG to do it, but she consistently is going to be like 2,000 HP short, right? And it's because she has to dump so much into the moon cancer, she can't afford to like split target and stuff like that, right? So like this just tiny amount of HP is just ruining everything. And so because of this tiny amount of HP, her win rate is probably like 10% here or something like that. Where if she could just do like, you know, 5,000 more damage consistently, there'd be almost no RNG here at all, right? There'd just be a little bit of RNG with like if Nido crits a lot or something, right? And that sucks. And when this happens, it's just so fucking infuriating. And this happens a lot, by the way, when you're messing around in FGO. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, and I think tell me if you agree with me, chat, because this is why I disagree with saying Fates Tonight, you know, gets referenced too much. I so disagree with that. I feel like they're almost failing on every front when it comes to like characters and story. There are just a million characters and interactions and relations in FGO that I want to see expanded on and explored and like really dug into in a not superficial way, right? Like when a lot of the interludes just feel like really superficial crap, and they don't really dig into like the actual character moments that you really want to see, right? And it's almost like they're afraid of putting something meaningful in an interlude, right? And like the main story sometimes has meaningful like character heart-to-hearts or fights or whatever it is. But you can only do so many in the main story, right? That's why I wish the events were more serious, and you had more serious conversations and developments with the characters. And I wish the interludes were more serious and stuff. They occasionally are, but they normally aren't. Because I feel like there's just a million character interactions, like Mordred and Artoria or Arthur, or like just the random friendships that they show pop up with the servants that seem to have, you know, but nothing goes anywhere with it. Like Mordred and Canis never goes anywhere, right? They never do anything with that. And that goes for almost the entire fucking cast, right? Like there's almost the entire cast has all these interesting character things that they could explore and expand upon and really delve into and have some meaningful stuff, and they just don't. Instead, they do NTR jokes about Lancelot, you know, or they do like an interlude that just scratches the surface of something but doesn't really get into it, right? And I feel like Fates Tonight's a good example of that. That's like all they ever do is just bullshit that doesn't mean anything. And like Scatty, you know, there's so much they could do with Scatty, and then just ice cream jokes. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like Scatty is like, I'm not even much of a Scatty fan, like, but like her character is super interesting with like her being so connected to her lost belt and like feeling so guilty about it being gone, right? But then working with the people that destroyed it, but then also understanding that she needs, like, what they're doing is important too, right? So it's like she's like in this really fucked up spot, and then they're like ice cream though. Right, and like honestly, I've always said this: her character development post her lost belt is so interesting and is so like could be so important. It won't be, but it could be that it should be explored in the main story. Right now, if you're not gonna put in the main story, then you should at least do a good job with it with the interludes and the events and whatnot. But like, it's such a compelling like character thread that it should have been in the main story. But they don't even do it fucking like right. They only did it a little bit, and like I think it was Napoleon's interlude is the only time they ever took it even slightly seriously. It's just stupid, right? It's fucking stupid, and like FGO is constantly doing that, right? And there's so much you can do with Lancelot's character, but LOL NTR jokes, right? I mean, I'm so tired of that with FGO, dude. It's just, oh my god, and it's just like on every front they fail everyone. There's only like a handful of characters that ever get any justice. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I think Lancelot is one of the worst cases. Another really bad case, though, is Tesla. Tesla is an unbelievably interesting character and an unbelievably interesting setting because of what he is, right? Like, go read, for those who don't believe me, go read Tesla's character material. Literally read, like, it is so interesting, like, his views on humanity and, like, how he wants humanity to, like, rise up and not be reliant on myths and gods, right? Because the gods just screw us over anyway, and like we need to rely on ourselves and not the gods and all that. It's fucking awesome, right? And then like how he's, not only is he that, but he's accomplished so much, right? He's like, what he was able to accomplish with technology and everything was like unbelievable, right? And because of that, they made him a really powerful servant, right? Not that you would know that, but like on paper, they made him this god tier servant, and then they just don't do anything with it, right? It's just, it's so fucking stupid, dude. Like, he just has this awesome motivation, and it's really interesting. And the only time they ever did anything interesting with it was, like, Scatty's stuff with Napoleon and whatnot. Like, they hardly ever use Tesla in a meaningful way. It's always just, like, you know, AC/DC jokes. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? There is so much more there. Like, and it's just because they don't... I don't know, like, half the writers, like, have their own, like, pet characters they care about, and they'll write those proper, but like they don't give a shit about Tesla because who's Tesla, right? And they just like make a joke out of it because they don't want to sit there and really understand Tesla and really make a big flushed out thing with it because they don't care, right? And yeah, it sucks. I think the characters deserve better than this. Well, she can't win. I mean, you're never gonna win with an opening hand like this. Like, that's just not gonna happen. It sucks. Like, I mean, you do if you get like a perfect high roll, but I just want to get one good run on her just to see what happens. I like how we had all those good runs, but we had the wrong command. Like the very first run we did, we would have won if we had these command codes. Because the very first run we did, we got a decent opening hand. We didn't low roll on the NP and everything went smoothly, but we just barely lost because we didn't have good command codes. And then now we have good command codes. We've never had a run like that again. I fucking hated that they made the White Day event about Cersei. That's absurd. Like that is so wrong. Like by all means, give Cersei good character development. That is not the time to do it. Just do a Greek event where there's a lot of Greek servants and stuff, and you can have her deal with her Odysseus issues there. Right? That'd be more interesting than a White Day event anyway. That is just not the time to focus on a female servant. I think that's so absurd. Like those events aren't really like serious events to begin with. And they never screw over Valentine's Day, but they screw over White Day all the time. And like that's just silly. Like just do a Greek event. Just do a Cersei event. Why can't we have an event about Cersei? Like why not? Why can't we just have an event that's actually about Cersei that's not White Day or anything? It's just a event. Like why can't we do that? What's the fuck is the problem here? And like it's really easy to like if you're like, oh, but we need to add a new character to the gacha, just add a new Greek hero. They don't even have to be the main focus of the event, but just make them cool, give them a decent enough role in the story, and there you go. There's a billion Greek heroes or alternate versions of Greek heroes that characters already have, like Hercules and stuff, that you can do. There's no problem here. Just do a goddamn Greek event for no reason. Like we do a million Japanese events for no reason. Why not do a Greek one? Yeah, it's not exactly sexist. It's more like, I think the writers a lot of times are really biased. And I guess you could call that sexist, but I think that's kind of too extreme. It's like, I think a lot of times the writers care more about the female characters and stuff just because they subjectively do. And that just bleeds into the work a lot. And that happens a lot. You know, a lot of artists, even the female artists, a lot of times like drawing the female characters more. And so you get, I think that's a huge part of why you get more female characters and stuff. You know, people like to act like, oh, it's because of sales and stuff, but the sales don't back that up. I mean, they really don't. Some of the most popular fake characters ever are dudes. I mean, there's really popular female characters too, of course, but, you know, you got like, you know, Vortigern, Oberyn, and Gilgamesh and all these things. They're crazy popular, right? I really do think it's just the devs and the artists and stuff just being biased. I wouldn't like, you could say sexism is biased, but I don't really, I think that's too extreme. But I do think it's lame to like never screw over Valentine's Day and like consistently screw over White Day. I think that's pretty lame. Doesn't really matter why it happens. Can we just once get a good fucking hand? I mean, Valentine's Day has always been, you know, female-centric. And so if you're gonna do it that way, then yeah, White Day should always be male-centric. And it's normally like marketed as being male-centric, right? You know, they call it like Chaldea Boy Collection and all that kind of stuff, right? Everything about it, they act like it is male-centric, but then they just so often don't fucking do that. The thing is, like, that's just racist to say Japanese are really conservative isolationists because their politics are like that and stuff like that, but that doesn't mean the average Japanese person is like that. That's just like textbook racism. Now, like, sure, it affects their policies and whatnot, but the thing is, video games in general, a lot of artistic fields are very liberally biased because the artsy fields attract more liberal-minded people. That's a fact, by the way. That's a very clearly documented psychological fact about humans, that you're going to have way more liberal-minded people in the arts. Now, that doesn't mean everyone that's in the arts is liberal-minded, of course not, but you're going to see a huge slant that way, and you could see that all over Fate, by the way, and you can see that all over a lot of anime and stuff like that. Like, anime is not where you go to look for the average mindset of a Japanese person, right? Like, anime is where you go to look for weebs, weebs are not representative of the average Japanese person, right? Fucking, you know, the artists of FGO are not representative of the average Japanese person. They're not. And so that I don't think it has anything to do with it, like, whatsoever. That's not even true. Like, what you just said is total nonsense. Like, Japan does obviously market to Japan. Like, wow, what a concept. but most of the people they're marketing to aren't conservatives. That's just not, and that they're not marketing to conservatives. You're just wrong. They are marketing to weebs that like boobs a lot. Yeah, oh, how conservative. Yeah, chat, this is such a conservative design right now. Totally. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Nothing, and if FGO was trying to be, very isolationist, they wouldn't have all these fucking Greek and Chinese characters. Like, sure, they're happy to accommodate Japan, right? Of course, there's loads of Japanese characters in this game, but there's nothing about this game that's conservative at all. This is a very unconservative game. Like, it's not close. At no point is FGO trying to market to the overall mainstream, like, political opinion of like, Japanese politics or any of that. That is just blatantly wrong. And not only that, they are heavily marketing towards China because China make bank. You know what businesses like? They like money. Now, like, Nasu might have a huge bias towards, you know, Japanese marketability and that kind of stuff. Aniplex don't give a shit, right? And you can see this, 'cause a lot of times Aniplex pushes Fate to do things that they don't, you know, necessarily always do and stuff, like bringing their stuff to the West, like Fate Samurai coming to the West and all that. When you look at when Type Moon is in charge of a project, they generally don't bring things to the West, and if they do, it's unbelievably low priority. But anytime Type Moon has to work with like Sony or Aniplex or things like that, they get brought to the West almost immediately, and there's a way higher priority on a global market and that kind of stuff. And Aniplex is a Japanese company, but they don't give a fuck because they like money. They like green. Dollars talk, and that doesn't change just because you're in Japan or China or America. It does not work that way. They are 1,000,000% trying to make as much money as possible. They're most successful in Japan because their artists are Japanese, and as such they are more likely to make designs and things that are going to appeal more to Japan, and that's common for every country, right? Generally, Chinese games are most profitable in China because you're by just nature and statistics, a Chinese company is more likely to appeal to a Chinese demographic. They may still have a lot of global appeal, and they always try to get as much as they can, and every, you know, large video game publisher does. There is not a single video game publisher on planet Earth that is, you know, AAA or anything like that does not try to do as best as they can globally. There's not a single one, and if you think otherwise, you have no idea what you're talking about business. That's just a fact. There is no large video game publisher that does not try to do as good as possible on a global market. But they accept that a lot of the developers and artists that they work with are going to be most successful locally, right? And it's because they're not, that's just a fact, right? You just have to accept that a lot of times that's going to be what happens. So they'll accept that they're going to be most, you know, popular and put maybe the most marketing in their own region, but they try their damnedest to get a global success where they can. Now, there are always exceptions. Exceptions prove the rule, and here's an exception would be From Software, right? And a big part of why FromSoft is an exception is because Miyazaki has a very bizarre life, right? Miyazaki's the head of the company now, and he makes most of the decisions and stuff, and Miyazaki is a very exceptional person, right? He is not the standard business guy at all. Even then, though, FromSoft still does, you know, a lot of typical stuff, like with their publishers trying to reach a global market and all that. And where FromSoft is an exception is not in them trying to reach a global market. It's actually in the opposite. They don't worry as much about trying to reach a Japanese audience because they have struck a chord so much with the West. And it's because, you know, Miyazaki loved European and Western fantasy and stuff when growing up, and you'd read a lot of their books and everything. And that has influenced his design and stuff. And that's why most of Miyazaki's games, you know, are like medieval armor and stuff like that, less samurai stuff. Now, there's other people at FromSoft that are way more into the Japanese stuff. And I don't think Miyazaki has any problem with the Japanese stuff. He's normally happy to include it, like in Dark Souls. And there's a little bit in Demon Souls and stuff. But like, you know, he's not the main designer behind Sekiro and whatnot. But yeah, they're very abnormal, and they really, FromSoft, their biggest hits have been very aimed at the West first, and then aimed at Japan second. But even they, as time went on, tried to accommodate Japan more. So here's an example: when Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 came out, right? They were way more successful in the long run in the West than in the East, right? That's just a fact. And they were kind of aimed to be that way. Especially Dark Souls, because they had saw that Demon Souls was more successful in the West than it ever was in the East. So Dark Souls and Demon Souls, but like Dark Souls didn't have a Japanese dub. It was only in English, right? If you bought it in Japan, you'd have subtitles, but the voice acting was all the English stuff. And they only work. There's a very particular company that From Software likes to work with, and they're not a Japanese company. But they're like an acting company, right? They're a lot of like real stage actors and stuff. But they do the voice acting for a lot of FromSoft games, and FromSoft works very closely with them. And so they had this really close relationship, just doing all this voice acting for the English version of Dark Souls, and there was no Japanese version. The people don't realize that, but that's a fucking fact. There was no Japanese dub of Dark Souls or Demon Souls. Now, eventually, they added way down the line. They eventually did add Japanese voices, so you could have Japanese voice acting and stuff like that. But it was not a priority for them, and it's because Demon Souls didn't sell very well in Japan, but it sold really well in the West comparatively. So when Dark Souls came out, they're like, oh yeah, let's focus on the West the most. But they still put it out in Japan. Right? It's not like FromSoft didn't put it out in Japan, and they still put it out in other like European countries that didn't do very well in and stuff. Right? They still did what they could to reach a global audience. Right? And here's a good example with FGO. If they didn't give a fuck about a global audience, they wouldn't have a Chinese version of the game. They wouldn't have a North American version of the game. Now, from what I can tell, Aniplex had to drag Type Moon kicking and screaming to make a North American version of FGO. That's why it came out so late, right? It took them so long to do it, and it was so low effort and whatnot. I think if it wasn't for Aniplex, I don't think there ever would have been a North American version of FGO. But a lot of that is because I don't think they thought there was any money in it. And Type Moon is like the reverse. They're like the reverse of FromSoft. Because I've followed Type Moon for longer than most of you fucks have, right? I knew about them from the beginning, really, pretty quickly. Long before Fate blew up and FGO and all this stuff. And they've always been not really anti-global. They've been pretty anti-America specifically. Like a lot of times they would incorporate a lot of stuff other than America, and they would localize stuff other than America. And there's a lot of shots at America throughout Nasu's work. A lot of people don't notice it, but I do. I notice it clear as crystal. There's a lot of like slants at America throughout Nasu's work. What's funny though is the Fate Strange Fake writer is the other way around. He actually, and you can see that in the first episode of Fate Strange Fake, by the way, right? You can see this clear as crystal. Fate is constantly shitting on America, but then you have that bit in Fate Strange Fake where they have that typical Magus shitting on America like they always do, and stuff. But then they have like pushback with that, with him getting gunned down, and then him being like, because we're a young country, that just means we have more room to make our own history and that kind of thing, right? And that's because that writer, who's another writer I followed since before Fate, he's got a history of just really liking American culture and history and whatnot. And so, yeah, obviously he's not on board with that kind of thing. But that's why, again, people are exceptions. You have to take them like one at a time. But Japan, I'm sorry, it just does not. Japanese companies are not trying to be Japanese-centric. They have the easiest time being successful in Japan. They still do everything they can to be global and do what they can, as does McDonald's and every other company out there. Companies like money. That doesn't mean they're good at it, by the way, right? A lot of times companies fail to market well in the regions they're trying to get into, right? They don't always understand the regions. Just because, like, they want Korea's money, that doesn't mean they're good at getting it, right? They want China's money, that doesn't mean they're good at getting it. Although I would say they're definitely better at getting China's money than they're at getting Korea's money. But FGO wants everybody's money. They'll take Europe's money, they'll take North America's money, they'll take Japanese money. They just want all the money they can get. They don't give a fucking shit one way or the other. And you can see this because where they put most of their effort is in the areas they make the most money, right? Which is Japan and China, right? Big fucking surprise. That's what they focused on the most. And here's the thing about Nasu, he's never seemed to like America too much, but Nasu's never really spammed Japanese stuff until FGO. Nasu likes European stuff. It's very obvious throughout his early works and things that he's said. Nasu is a big fan of European stuff, and he doesn't mind Japanese stuff, but look at the original stories he wrote. There is fuck all Japanese folklore in that stuff. He just doesn't really give a shit. He was always looking into add like Greek stuff and European stuff, right? That's very much what he likes. And a lot of the Japanese stuff has been written by other writers anyway, right? Even though like now that we do have a lot more Japanese stuff in Fate, it's not written by him, right? I don't think he minds it, but I just don't think it's like what he's aiming for, right? He Look, he put his heart into Lost Belt 6. All that weep stuff in Lost Belt 6, right? Like, again, it's European, right? Like, Nasu is very, 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 European focused. And that's what I was talking about. When you look at creative types, artsy types, that is not where you're going to see, like, the average mindset of, like, the country at large or whatever, right? It's going to be a very biased sample size. And then when you do look at the country at large, they're going to be very shrewd in terms of just money, right? So none of this stuff we were talking about has anything to do with like Japanese politics being more isolationist, right? And being more conservative. Because the artsy people are not even remotely conservative, right? Like, and that's so true in Japan. Almost nothing, like a lot of Japanese artists and devs don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to make like a video game that's like naysaying Japanese politics or anything like that. They're not going to do that. But they're not really hyping it up either, right? And you can just tell most Japanese artists and devs and stuff are definitely more on the liberal side of things. And that's in every country under the sun. You know, art types generally are just more in that side of things, right? Just is what it is. And they certainly don't, care about, being overly like nationalistic or any of that stuff, because there's like almost as much Chinese stuff as anything else in this fucking game. And there's a huge amount of European stuff. So it's just, you're just objectively wrong, right? This is not an opinion thing. You're just wrong. There's no evidence from the money trail that's accurate. That's not Nasu's history at all. That's not the decisions they make in the game. That is just not what's happening. That doesn't mean they're doing good at what they are attempting to do or any of that stuff. I think they make a lot of dumb decisions over there at, Type Moon and Aniplex and all that. I think they fuck up, royally. But so this is not the best opening hand, but it's better than what we've had for a while here, but it's still not really what we're looking for. There's a lot of German stuff in anime. Anime normally is pretty big on English and German, though those two get a lot of a focus in a lot of anime. Yeah, there are so many regions that still have no characters or one character, and like that one character is not really doing a good job of it and that kind of thing, right? It sucks. But people are just, to be frank, people are very tribalist, and people are very bad at nuance. Humans are just really shitty at nuance, because it's complicated. Nuance takes time to understand and digest. Humans like things that are very black and white, very simple. That good, that bad. They racist, we not, right? Shit like that's how. But that's not how the world works. The universe is unbelievably nuanced. The universe is unbelievably complicated. It is so easy to get a false impression of something. There's so many like exceptions and details and all that kind of stuff. The real world is very messy and very complicated, and people are always trying to like make everything a lot simpler. Yeah, it's either, this good, you're a Nazi, right? Like, and you can see this all over. You can see it in politics. You can see it in religion. You can see it in video games. You can see it in Twitter arguments. People always try to overly simplify everything and make issues very, 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 very black and white, right? And make like, this country acts this way. Americans are like this. Europeans are like that. And like half the time, there are some generalizations are useful and some generalizations are true. But like, for example, with a country like America, which is so fucking massive, there's almost no universal statements that are going to be true. You might have a universal general statement that might be true for the general area of like one half of the country, but not the other half of the country, right? And you see this a lot where people act like, the whole country is like a certain way in America when the country's like fighting itself over that fucking issue, and it's like very 50-50 and blah, 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 right? Like there's just, you don't have, and people they're like that with Japan. They see like some of Japan is very conservative and isolationist, right? And so they act like the entire fucking country's that way. Meanwhile, that's like a very divisive topic a lot of the time, right? It's same thing. I remember like Trump. You'd see a lot of people in Japan just assuming everyone in America was very pro-Trump and all America was all like Trump. Meanwhile, Trump was one of the most divisive fucking presidents of all time, right? So it's just like, there's always nuance there, right? And like, people are just, they don't want to bother, right? They want to dedicate their brain power to something else and just make everything else just very black and white and very simple. Which you can sympathize with why one might want to, think that way, but it doesn't sync up with reality very well. So I need the debuff immunity, but I also need to kill here. Well, we didn't kill Darius. See, look, we're literally screwed by 2,000 HP, right? And this happens like all of the time, because now it just won't work. You just like can't do it now. But if we had happened to high roll a little bit more and we had killed that, then the rest of the fight's probably going to be easy as long as we don't get like Buster crit or some crap. Okay, Okito. Let's get this over with. And see, now the only thing I could do is maybe rainbow chaining, but even that probably wouldn't work, and it would just screw me over so much. Like you have to kill all 3 of them, and then you can attack one of them after the NP. Like it is so unlikely that she can attack 2 of them after the only way she can attack 2 of them after the NP is if the opening hand is quick Buster. So you do a Chin Gong quick, you do Chin Gong art, and then her quick and Buster. So she's rainbow chaining for a lot of damage, and you fuck up the elephant a lot. That way you can attack like Darius once, NP, and then attack her once. That's the only other way to do it. But though, either that happening or just high rolling on everything, both of those things are not particularly likely. The other thing you can do is evade, and then you get the NP up, but then you're so fucked if you do that. And like, I'm not even confident, like, if you do this, because I'm doing this, I'm having to change my, like, I'm losing so much value to do 2,000 damage, right? Like, that's just, it's atrocious. Twitter and Facebook is where nuance goes to die. Anytime you open up a conversation to the masses like that, that's what happens, so. Well, I mean, it worked. Right, you can kill all 3. We got our NP, but we just made less stars, and we don't have the debuff immunity now. So this is absolutely not the best case scenario. So I very much think... See, you need to evade one of these 2 turns, but you have to save this evade potentially for the NP. So you can't. You kind of have to do it on the next defense down instead of this one, which really sucks. But either that or you just have to get really, really lucky. So I have to do that first. So we're probably not gonna loop here because we've only got the 1 quick, and that's gonna be really pushing it. It can loop, but her skill ups are S3. Well, at least we made enough stars. Every time. Except for Santa Karna. Oh, okay, now I can do this, but... Fuck, I can't NP, because I don't want to whiff the NP up. Having to check. Right, the NP damage is 3 turns. I guess I do it now then. I need to heal boost, then heal next turn. By the way, I like how Richard, the Lionheart, was one of the higher picks or a servant people wanted added when he's not even been in anything yet. Most people are just like really excited to see him added to the game based purely off of his design and like what people have said about him for Fate Strange Fake. Because most people haven't like hasn't done anything in the anime yet or any of that, and some people have read the book, but that's normally a pretty small percentage. But yeah, just like off his design and like the hype, people really want him in the game. It's kind of funny. Yeah, he just that 1 post-credit scene. Like, imagine once he actually gets his screen time. Because he's got some pretty cool moments in Fate Strange Fake, so I won't spoil anything.
Oh my god, Protogill's another one I'm actually really surprised by, because humans are very, and you can see this everywhere, and again, this is not like a controversy. Why does she not drain herself? The fuck? Does anyone get this? I've done this stage enough that I don't understand what the fuck is happening with her gimmick. It doesn't make any sense. Like, sometimes she'll drain herself and get rid of the shield to turn before she NPs. Sometimes she doesn't. I don't get it at all. But anyway, so people are, recency bias is huge, right? It's huge, especially when you're talking about the masses, right? Some individuals, recency bias won't affect them at all. But if you're taking humanity on bulk, recency bias is a really big factor. Sir K needs to be added to the game. And also thank you for the 26-month sub. God, Sir K is still my favorite knight of the round. Anyway, so recency bias is really, really big. And like when things are in your face or like are marketed, they're in trailers or they're in the current anime, that makes people remember it more and have more of a connection to it and vote for it more and things like that. And there's like magazines, I think it's like New Type magazine or whatever, where they like vote on like favorite anime character. And there's a few usual suspects that can pop in there even when they don't have anything current going on, like Guts or Artoria and stuff. And like Lelouch, I guess. But most of the things that get in those lists are just whatever is the most popular of recent anime, always, right? And they're just cycling, right? And there's a bunch of different, websites and magazines and all that stuff. It's like that. You can see polls on Reddit that are like that, right? Recency bias affects it a lot. But what really shows something being popular is it may not be like the #1 pick, but it's still in there, even though there's no recency bias whatsoever. Right? That kind of shows how bullshit popular like Lelouch is, because he gets in those sometimes, even though there's literally nothing going on that has anything to do with Code Geass, right? And so, there hasn't been a peep about Proto Gilgamesh in like 10 years, right? So all we ever had was like the original like character outline and stuff, and then there was the Fate Prototype OVA, which is very little, right? And then he did admittedly have a very detailed character material book, and that's because at the time I don't think Nasu had any intentions of anything ever happening with Prototype ever again. So he spilled a lot more of the beans and really detailed the character, like, well, if we had done this, this is what you would have seen and stuff, right? So there was a lot of detail about Protogil in that character material book, but that's still a deep dive, and that was still a really long time ago, and that would generally fade from people's minds after all this time. So that was like 10 years ago or some crap, right? 8 years ago or whatever, right? Long time ago. And since then, there's been no official word about Protogil at all. Nothing. No official art. No hinting at him in interviews. No OVAs. Didn't even show up in like Carnival Phantasm. Nothing, right? And Protogil, if you look through the various years where they do these polls and stuff, he's always in. He always is at the near the top and stuff, right? He's always making into like the top 5, top 10, right? Out of all these fucking characters out there, when nothing has reminded the public that he even exists. Nothing has been like, hey, remember Protogil? Nothing. Literally nothing. So it just shows how much people really want. And I bring up Protogil all the fucking time. So yeah, it just shows like how much interest there is in Protogil when there hasn't been a goddamn, inkling of information. And so now imagine if they do a good job, right? Because if they phone it in, right, he'll be popular, but he won't be like as popular as he could be. Imagine they put him in a story that's like as popular as some of the Lost Belts that have done really well, or like Babylonia, right? Because it's not just Lost Belt 6, right? You got 5's decently popular, 7's really popular, and like again Babylonia and Camelot are really popular, right? Like there's plenty of story at this point. Actually, there's so many stories that people have really liked that I think it's hard for to really see that. Like they can't all fit on a list, right? Because there's more. I think at this point there's more stories that people really, really like than are going to fit in like a top 10, right? So there's just there's a lot of stories people were really happy with, right? You don't have to be as popular as Lost Belt 6 to make a character really like leave their mark, is what I'm getting at, right? It could just be as popular as like Camelot or anything like that. So if they did a story like Camelot level or greater, or Lost Belt 5 or greater, or what have you, or even Lost Belt 6, that's not going to be common, but like if they do something that people really, 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 really like, and then Protogil's like front and center, oh my god, the popularity is going to be insane. I mean, can you imagine? Because people really are suckers for like the context allowing the character to show off. right? Because like Nasu does legit do a good job with his characters, right? None of his characters ever feel like a, you know, like 2D cutout, generally speaking. But like they don't always get a chance to shine, right? He might design a really interesting character, but they can really fly under the radar because they never really get a cool, you know, moment to show their characterization and whatnot. You know, an example is, you know, Ku got a lot more popular with Unlimited Blade Works because he actually had fucking screen time there. Even though you could infer what kind of character he was even before that, but actually, you know, having it play out is really what wins people over, right? So if Proto Gil is in a story and a setting people really like, and then he gets a lot of like moments to really show what he, you know, his character, I think people are just going to go bananas, right? I think he's going to be, but they might fuck it up. I'm not sure they even realize that they got that golden goose. It's easy to see that he's in like the top 10, but oh, you know, he's like number 6 or whatever, and they don't really think about it, right? But I don't think a lot of people are going to see that information and think about, oh yeah, he's in the top 6, and ain't nobody even heard about this character in like 10 years. So that's actually nuts, right? So I don't know if they're really going to do, you know, him justice. I guess we'll see, or like take advantage of the golden goose they have in their lap right now. Okay, so I have no idea what is the deal with this boss in pink. I wonder if it's health, like health percentage relative to like turns and like all that. That might be what it is. That's like the only thing I can think of that would explain all the fucking bizarre bullshit that I've been seeing with when the boss decides to lose the damage resist. It's really weird. So I need a heal boost and heal. So I guess do I have to, yeah, I do. Okay. I can heal for 2,000. Her writing is very hit or miss for me. Some of the stuff she's written I think is really good, and a lot of it I think is atrocious. I've never seen so much variance, in my opinion, about a body of work ever. I do find when they're phoning it in, they're so bad. And like when because all the writers were phoning it in at the beginning of FGO because it wasn't very popular and it was shovelware and, you know, all that. And they wrote like Septum in London, and my god, when they're phoning it in, it's so bad. And what they seem to do when they're phoning it in is just try to like in a really like lame way, really like low-hanging fruit kind of way, appeal to what they think is popular. Like, you guys like Nero, right? That kind of thing. And like not doing it, not like, it's fine to give Nero screen time and like, oh, Nero's popular, let's really have a good story with Nero. They don't do that. They use Nero in a really superficial way, and it's really shitty. But they have written some stuff that I think is fine. I think they have done some character motivation stuff that I think makes a lot of sense. Like Proto Ku's master, like the background they gave them actually was quite good. So they're very hit or miss. They've done some stuff I'm like, wow, that was pretty solid. None of the stuff they've written I'm like, oh my god, 10 out of 10. But they've written some stuff I'm like, yeah, you know, I enjoyed that. That's fine. Like Prototype Blue Fragments is fine. I think Lost Belt 5-2 could have been so much better. I think the premise was kind of wasted, but it did have some good moments, right? I still like it. I think they're doing Fate Lost, which admittedly I haven't read. But I do like what they're doing with the premise and the design. And I'll say this about them, they do at least seem to try to, they tend to like making their stuff more traditional. I've seen that throughout a lot of the stuff they've done. They like to keep the, like, they like it to be history, but anime, right? And I appreciate that. However, they certainly do, if I'm not getting my writers confused anyway, they certainly have written some schlock that I don't like at all. Like, no question. They're not my favorite, but I some of it can be forgiven to just like how dumb FGO was in the early days and like low effort. So I can forgive some of it for that. But so at this point, I think they can still prove themselves, right? I'm not gonna immediately naysay them. I'm gonna give them a chance when they write something, right? And I hope they impress me. But you know, they are, you know, it is hit or miss. It is very hit or miss. All right. So I haven't even broken yet. So she's gonna get another damage resist. So that's, if we had broken now, we'd be set and we would win. And that happened before, but I used the crit buff before. I probably should have. I think losing the crit buff is worth breaking to time the damage resist thing. That's not an RNG thing. That's just I messed up. I think I just misplayed there. I can probably focus on Star Gen. and NP gain. I would like a crit though. Yeah, that's what I was saying. No one was trying at the beginning of FGO. Dude, there is no, with the amount, that's 2 turns where the boss did insanely high normal card damage, and we didn't even have the defense down there. Santa Karna would have died. I'm just saying it. Like, that, they're both, you know, just pushing it on value that, like, they're really susceptible to that happening. Or the really, really strong solo units can afford that kind of stuff. Although Santa Karna probably could have lined up. I will legitimately, Santa Karna is better for that stage than Okita because him being single target, it's easier. She has to push a lot of, push for a lot of good RNG to try to get like the damage resist to line up where you want it. It's easier for Karna to do that. All right, let's use Karna in a team setting. I took my Karna from 90 to 118. Lost, that's not like a casual thing. What the fuck? How do you just casually like, oh yeah, Karna was 90 and then never mind 100, we just went to 118. Like, excuse fucking me. Oh, comma. Oh, well, same thing. I mean, same thing applies. I was saving grails for anniversary and summer, and I guess they both disappointed you then? Lost, aren't you a Jolter fan? Where's your 118 Jolter? Like, Lost is a really big Jolter fan, but, yeah, when she gets in it, that's how I feel. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize I do like Jolter. I just like her when she's being serious. I don't like her when they're doing fan bullshit. I'm not, like, super crazy about Jolter, but I like Jolter just fine. But yeah, I never fucking use her because her animations are terrible, and that doesn't seem to be changing. She has one of the worst sprites. I mean, it's not as bad as, like, maybe Mozart or something, but her sprite, it is literally day one. They copy-pasted Ruler Jolter, which, yeah, is a day one sprite, so... All right, we need a shot of Buster in our arm here. You know what? We'll try Hans out again. I'm not sure this is a good call. I'm really not. Let's see. Do we have the... So he is at 70. So he could turn 1 NP even without Chen Gong. Chat, I am so hungry. I need to go, like, put in a bagel or something. I gotta go throw something in, like, the toaster oven or something. Or I'm gonna die. Give me 1 second here. Putting off food a little too long there. I'm delirious, chat. You know, a burger would be good, right? I'd take a burger, but I don't have... So, chat, to further my point about FGO not having some isolationist, like, slant. Now, obviously, they're biased to Japan to an extent, you know. because they're Japanese. But does anyone here think that this upcoming summer event isn't going to print money? Like, I'm sure they are gonna make an ungodly amount of money off of this upcoming summer event. And it's got, you know, Sith in it, and Burgist in it, and Castoria again. And that's why it's gonna be so successful. Those are European, again, and Nasu made them, because he loves European stuff. Big fucking surprise, right? Like, they're not trying to push some isolationist agenda here. And they're not really even that weeby, right? I mean, Burgess is wearing, you know, fantasy, but still European-styled armor. Same for, you know, Sith and all that. And regardless of how their swimsuits look, you know, obviously the characters are unbelievably popular. And that's why people are so excited for the summer versions. So, meanwhile, we can't get a Hawaiian shirt for Ku. It's kind of bullshit. I like how I've seen a few translations and people are translating it differently. Some people are saying the question is, who do you think is going to get a summer costume, right? And this was before they asked this question before the announcement was out. So it's their prediction of who they think the company would give it to. And some people have translated it as, who do you want to get a summer costume, right? But regardless of which way, right? Because it's my point is going to stand either way. They always have Ku on there, right? Like the player base is always voting like, oh yeah, I think Ku's going to get a costume. It's time. Clearly, I mean, it's Ku. Of course, it's got to happen, right? And also a lot of people just want Ku to get a costume, right? And he's not getting one. Fuck, who the fuck? I know Oberim's getting one. It's like, what, it was Oberim? And I don't remember a single one. I know there's 3 other ones. 3 other males. But I don't remember a single fucking one. So that shows how much I care. Oh yeah, of course. No wonder I don't care. God, yeah, I don't give a, I love Tristan and Gwen and Lancelot. I don't give a fuck about their summer versions. Like Tristan's is okay. Gwen and Lancelot suck. They're crap. The only one I wanted, and I would have remembered this one, and I've been super excited for this one, is if they did fucking Summer Bedivere, because you know, these costumes already existed, they just weren't implemented. Summer Bedivere is godly, right? That one's good, right? And wait, how do you not do that one? Right? I can't believe that's the one they didn't do. It's just crazy. But yeah, I kind of hate everything that they're doing right now, but you know, that's not that. I don't even count that for the anniversary though. If you notice, I don't think I said like a word about Summer during my anniversary teardown stream, because Summer is its own thing, right? I don't care about that's you. And Summer's not marketed to me anyway. I don't generally like the summer events too much. Anywho, yeah, that's not the problem. But independently, the summer event I'm not excited for either. Yeah, I hate Summer Lancelot. I don't like it at all. I think Gwen's is just kind of boring, so. Yeah, Anniversary 8, I think, is the worst one. There was that one other one that was really bad, too. I think it was 5. But no, it sucked. That was unreal. Like, how little effort was put into the game. That was surprising to me. Okay, big boy Star Bomb. If only we had Sure Hit. We're gonna have to waste the quick attack. So we get the Star Gen buff, which is pretty fucking useless here. I kinda wanna taunt. We're gonna get triple attacked. But Karna would get a lot of refund, but I won't. You know what? I can't use this later anyway. Fuck yeah, that's perfect. All right. He's so cool. I wish they had given him the sunglasses in this bit, though. That was just lazy. Like, can you imagine that cut in right there with the sunglasses? That'd be unreal, dude. So Lobo does not have divinity, so we don't get our big bonus damage. 155 when we had the first card quick bonus. Wow, I'm impressed. This is level 100, not 120. And, you know, obviously Chen Gong and Hans aren't exactly the biggest damage supports for Karna. You know, Hans just gave us a star gen buff. We made 55 stars. Well, okay, I guess the star gen did help out a bit there. Also, we had the stars per turn, so. But wow, I'm actually impressed. That is really good. That might even be video worthy. Like, that's nuts. Not much I can do in terms of NP gain here, though. Chat, I might make the buffed Karna video. I wasn't planning on doing such a thing, but I'll be a little late to the party, but... Because I gotta go to the doctor tomorrow and stuff, so it'll be a minute, but... It's been a long time since I've featured Karna on... Fuck, chat, do I make a Karna experience? Because I've been wanting to do like have some memes in there. I could do both. I can show off this awesome buff, and I can have some fun with editing and like fighting Arjuna. Yeah, I say I'm with Chad on this. I might have to take a break from streaming here and there to kind of just fit in the time, but yeah, I think I think the Karna experience is it's the right time. I love Karna, and yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. So the streams might be a little hit or miss randomly. I might take it slow, right? Take my time with it, so I can still stream in between making it. But yeah, I think that's in the cards. I'm really glad we did this stage because I probably would not. And I've been looking for some inspiration, and that's it right there. I've got it now. Yeah, dude, it is so hard to make videos, at least for me. If I don't have like inspiration, I don't have like something that really drives me in advance, it's really hard for me to come up with something creative and fun. But when I get an idea, just one idea, I can build a bunch of ideas around it. Like that's happened with like every like experience video or whatever, like any video I'm really like proud of. I normally just have like one dumb idea that I really want to do, and it makes it so easy to like just build around that idea and make a bunch of other stupid things that are really fun. And yeah, and normally if I don't have that motivation, I really struggle to do anything. But when I get it, I'm like so good to go. Might as well heal. He's the one that matters. Now he's got defense up and I can't get rid of it, so this might be a little underwhelming on this NP. Dude, so, you know, I have really poor eyesight. And there's been several video games and things that I've been like unable to really partake in because of my bad eyesight, and it's never bothered me except for Enter the Gungeon. That game looks so good, but my eyes can't even slightly handle it. But dude, there's just some of like what little I've seen of that game, like just like the way the devs made it and the art style and the music and like how creative they are with the gameplay that I've seen. That's the one game I am like envious of, right? That I really wish I could really, you know, enjoy it and get good at it and whatnot. But I think it'd be really difficult for me to enjoy it because my God, like I can't. Even watching a video, it's easier to watch a video than like be playing and then trying to keep track of what's happening. Even watching a video, I'm like, oh God, I can barely keep up with what the fuck is happening. It's a little too zoomed out and it's just so much fucking chaos. But man, that game just reeks of like passion, right? And like they took a joke and just ran with it so much. They went for a circle, right? You can have like those low-hanging fruit like puns, right, that are kind of cringy, but they went like so far with it that it becomes amazing. And I think anyone that's seen that game knows what I'm talking about, right? Like just the love in that game, it just, you can tell, right? You don't need to watch an interview to tell the devs gave a mass, they really cared, right? They really cared about that game. And yeah, it's really impressive. It's really impressive. So yeah, and great music, which is what we're listening to right now. Big fan. What game makes me feel that way? Limbus? Well, the thing about Limbus is there's not a good game there, right? It's got great, that's different, right? That's like you love the art and the story, the characters, the atmosphere, but the game is just bad, right? It's like with Enter the Gungeon, it's not just the aesthetic and the music and stuff. Like the game looks fun, right? The gameplay looks very fun to me. The gameplay in Limbus obviously is the whole problem. Yeah, like the art style is very good. I'd say the art execution is maybe a little hit or miss. But man, that game is a shit show. The thing is, if you haven't played it a lot, you probably don't realize why the gameplay is such a shit show, to be honest. I don't really know anyone that breaks gameplay down logically that thinks that game has a good gameplay. Because, wow. I will never forgive Project Moon fans for gaslighting me into thinking PM made good games. I will say that fan base is insane. My experience with that fan base, they're insane. They're all in unbelievable copium. They are so wrong. Every game that company has made has terrible gameplay. It's an interesting universe. It's a very interesting universe. But every single game they have ever made, the only one that looks like it kind of has good gameplay is Lobotomy Corp. That's the only one that looks okay. But it's a style of gameplay I don't care about. And then every other game they've made is just fucking stupid. I'm sorry, like their gameplay is trash. I'm not trying to hate on them, right? There's good things about their universe. Like they've got a very compelling universe that I'm interested in, very much so. But holy shit, all their games are bleh. But yeah, oh my god, all of the Reddit, the Discords, the people coming to my chat when I was playing it. Oh my god, that community's insane. It's insane. And they actually think it's like this big brain, super complicated, like that library game. They act like it's just this super deep game. It's not. Oh my god, it's not. All right. Well, Hans is having a bad time. I am going to have to taunt Hans. It is what it is. I guess I could taunt Shen-Gong, but because look, he already did these two skills, right? And they survive past his own death, right? So Hans will still be helping us, where if Shen-Gong died, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He's got to be there on the turn, so. Oh, I know what's wrong with Limbus Company, but let's not get into that. Hans lives on while dead. His presence can still be felt with his skills here. He double defense upped. Oh, great. I'm like so ready to murder. But I probably just need to wait until next turn. I don't know, chat, do we try to force it just to see if we can do it? I think his skill is rank 8, so he's got like, he doesn't have like the 80% defense up. Look, we got this Buster up, this Buster up, this Buster up, right? Yeah, I say we do it. I say we'll probably kill roughly, like obviously we would kill next turn no matter what if I waited, where we might not kill next turn now, but I kind of want to see what we can pull off here. 70 stars. Just in case we win, I'll slow-mo. I wish someone else had a Buster card to give us the Buster chain, to get rid of the evade and still get the big boy damage. It's a lot. It's a huge, huge damage increase. And I can't rainbow chain either. I have no idea if we'll kill here. I'm not sure. It's a lot of defense up. It's like 70% or so. Ooh, I mean the next attack will be better because we got the resist down. Nope, nope, nope. Did not happen. So because we tried, and I thought this might happen, right? Like if I had waited, I would kill him this turn. Like with all those buffs, I would kill him this turn. Where now I probably can't kill him this turn just because I have no like real damage here. Ah! Or maybe not. Hold on a second. We might win at the same turn either way. He's so cool. Oh my god, we don't even need the extra attack. All right, well, then going early didn't actually hurt us, so. Whew. Chat, I would be so sad if I lost the Lobo fight. Although I think I got some other accounts at Epic of Remnant that I could just do it that way, but then they wouldn't have like all these budget units to like support the unit and stuff. Can we just please have story replay? You guys don't realize, like, I get anxiety, man, from just like, what if I forget to close the app, or I miss the X button, or I, you know, what? Like, oh my god, dude, it's so lame. And because that happened once, I've lost a stage on accident once. I think it was the Banana Oni free quest that we let it complete when we didn't mean to. Oh yeah, I get anxiety that I forgot my account code because, you know, no account system. Yeah, that's probably the bigger problem. Fair point. Okay, let me get rid of some of my my tokens here, and then I might take a break, and then Arc Knights. We're definitely gonna play Arc Knights tonight. I'm really gotta catch up on that. Let's get a little bit of this bullshit out of the way here. Thankfully, I've not lost the Gilgamesh interlude on the account that I'm trying to save it. We will play Elden Ring. I don't know if we have time today, but why is this team... What the fuck was I doing? What? Something's not right here. Oh, this is my ult account. That's why. Okay, I don't need to do this on the ult account that much. That's right. That team does the Void Cheeky thing. Here, I'll at least start the stage. Yeah, that is how the team is supposed to be. Excuse me. But yeah, probably well, okay, I can't play Elden Ring tomorrow because I have to go to the doctor and all that stuff. And then I will be trying to work on the Karna experience video, but I will play Elden Ring soon. I'll definitely try to get that in, because I want to see it. I want to see the new patch and, you know, what's going on. All right, we'll just kill that. So are you in the process of trying to get your account back? Because I know a few people doing that right now. I'm getting close to being able to get some meaningful upgrades in the Lancer skill tree. Let's see, do I want to use these? Yeah, sure, get Pentabond 10, why not? And Moribond is always good. I finally, a while ago, I finally decided to make him Bond 11. I've been sitting on Bond 10 for so long. I've whiffed a massive amount of Bond. But okay, yeah, I'll go for it. I've got quite a few people here getting along there. She is the only other character that I think might get Bond 15 someday. I'm not trying like I tried with Ku, but I still like Mordred a bunch, and then she's so great for farming. I use her all the time for farming that it's actually happening naturally. Where Ku's been Bond 15 for a while, so obviously he was way higher priority, but still. Wait, I don't normally put Castoria in the front. Why is she in the... Oh, it's because when you have a friend support in the front, you get the 4% Bond bonus, that's why. I can probably make it still work. Yeah, normally it'd be waiver. But I don't think it'll be a problem. 1 second, I already drank all my water because I only got like half a cup, and the game crashed. Oh joy. Look at that cool Lancelot attack animation though, chat.
Very good.
Chat, does 7TV have the faux running loading screen GIF? Because boy, do we need that for many reasons. I don't know. I'll have to check. Because that'd be really good. Because you can do that when you're having like a brain fart. You can do that when the game's making you load all the time. Like, there's so many ways to use it. I'm not sure what it'd be called. God damn, I love Party Parrot. That is such a good emote. Boy, chat, we might fail the Golden Glow challenge because I have not been streaming as much. And obviously it gets the most points when I stream Arknights. Good, you know, I wouldn't hate it because it'd buy me more time to stock up, but we are pushing it on a little bit. We'll see, it'll be tight. I mean, it might still happen, and me saying this is making people do it, so yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Mordred's only got a 2-hit count quick, where Lancelot's got 3, and she's a 5-star and he's a 4-star. Although he's a lot more about generating stars just because of his whole gimmick. Although I guess she's pretty crit oriented now too, actually. But he's stars per turn, where she's star bomb, right? So it is balanced, I would say, for the most part. Okay. Guess I do. Yeah, I've never done it with Castoria in the front before, honestly. Shouldn't matter, I don't think. A little wonky. Yeah, your 1-hit counts. I mean, I don't mind them even making new characters with low hit counts if they're balanced around it, right? Pros and cons. I don't want all characters to universally have high hit counts. That's boring. What's the point? If every fucking character in the game has a really high hit count, what's the point of that system, right? Like, and that's just a mistake FGO's made. That's why power creep's a problem when you're not smart. You just, when everything has everything, no one has anything, right? You need meaningful differences between characters. And one way to do, and negatives are the best way to do that. Right? Like, you need to have different things like that characters are good and bad at. I don't need to do that art card, I just want to see the damage with the art up from the command code. Like, if a unit has a low hit count, you can compensate with that for having high gain rate, or like just making it a part of their kit that, yeah, they have a problem with hit count, but look at this crazy skill they got. Look at this awesome NP effect they got. So you want to try to get it regardless, right? It's like a whole back and forth thing. When you start making everything positive and nothing negative, it just gets really boring from a unit design standpoint. It's not interesting. Yeah, Gil having a high hit count obviously makes sense. That's like, that should be a part of the character. Why does your fucking name change color every time I see you, Mystic? Why does that happen? By the way, chat, here's a fun story. I was hanging out in our boy's stream here the other day, and you know, he was trying to be a funny guy, right? Trying to be a wise ass, right? Now, I'm like, I think I was like, I don't remember, I was doing like some work or something, I don't remember. So I had to stream up on the side, but I was listening to it, right? And I had my earbuds in and stuff. And this motherfucker is like making fun of people named Stan, right? He's making fun of people named Stan. And while doing that, he tried to do a silly joke where he's like screaming, you know, like, ah! You know, and mutes his own mic. Now, you see, what I did there is I unmuted my mic. See that? He didn't. So I swear to God, it was like 10 minutes. And see, here's the thing. It's not like he muted himself and accidentally forgot to unmute himself. No. He muted himself doing a joke like he perished, right? He vanished. That's what he was saying. It was kind of like Stan fans, you know, have perished, right? So everyone in his chat thought it was a bit, right? So for like, he last thing he said was basically him perishing, and then all of his chat thought that was the joke, and then he was just gone for like 10 minutes, and I was like, man, This is going on for a minute. And like that's pretty much what everyone thought. And then way later, he was like, oh shit, I was talking this entire time. And I just forgot to unmute myself. I think that was the most like self-owned mute I've ever seen in all my time streaming and watching streams. Because he entered into the mute, making it a joke that he was going to mute himself. This is unreal. Like that was great. I'll never forget that. That was a good time. All right. Let's see here. We got to do like 2 more of these, and then we're free. Trying to get the most bond up possible, so I'm not wasting those teapots here. Actually, we might even get someone bonded up here. We're getting a hell of a lot of bond each one of these. All right, 1 second, chat. My food is ready. Let me grab that. Oh yeah, also chat, while I'm away, you need to convince Mystic to not play FGO. He was like, you know, I haven't played FGO in like 6 months or some shit. Maybe I should try that again. Right? He doesn't know what he's saying, right? Alright, I'm back. I will say though, jokes aside, FGO is fun when they do something meaningful, which is like 3 times a year, maybe. But like when FGO's killing it, it's really killing it, right? Like a new main story drops and stuff like that. It's very fun, and I love the talking about, you know, the new story developments with the new characters and stuff. It's great, but they just don't do it very often. Coming back to FGO. Well, if you're gonna come back, if you're gonna do NA, you should come back now because they got all the fun, like the challenge quests you can do for Nero Fest and all the loot you can get. So, gonna do it. Now's the time. I'm converting everyone to Arc Knights. I tell you, man, I've converted a lot of people to Arc Knights, but some people just won't make the jump. And like a lot of people just think it's a very like typical tower defense game, and they just don't like that. And I don't really like tower defense games either. And there's just no convincing some people that it's not that. Now, some people don't want to play it for other reasons, you know, like they don't like the art style, or they just don't want to play another gacha game. Arc Knights' beta is very different from the game now. Just from beta to launch, they changed it a lot, and then obviously as like the game is developed, it's very, very different. Actually, my brother has just started playing it, like just a few days ago, and he's already really liking it. You know, I will say, Arc Knight still, you don't get to the best content right away. Obviously, you know, it's kind of tutorial-y. It takes them a little while to start really fleshing out their boss design and all that. But it does get more interesting a lot faster than FGO does. I think a lot of people playing FGO now, if they never played it before and they had to start from scratch right here, like with the state of the game now and how boring the early game is, I don't think a lot of people would make it. But obviously, like Arc Knights, I would say its early game is still its worst part of the game. But like the first like 3 or 4 chapters, right, are like the worst part of it, but they're still fine, right? It gets a lot better, but they're still like, they're not shit. I keep not knowing what to click because my team is not how it normally is here. Also, I forgot to use Lancelot's star thing. I guess we'll have Lancelot do the crit stuff here, see what he does. %90 crit chance. What could go wrong? Here's something I love about Arknights, and this is actually one reason why I'm really just like in love with the game. I don't have to play it. Like I don't have to play it. I can take a month and play Armored Core 6 and then come back to Arknights and it's no big deal. All the events become permanent eventually. You get all the welfares eventually, no matter what. Now it's a lot more forgiving if you don't play for a week or 2 weeks or whatever. It's no big deal. It's a lot more like a single player game. And yeah, I really like that. Yeah, it respects your time a lot more than the other games do. Like, I really have no complaints with Arknights other than, like, they don't have the unit variety that FGO does. They just don't. Not even close. You know, I have kind of niche tastes with me liking, like, helmets and armor and, like, more serious stuff, right? That's kind of at odds with the typical Gacha fan. But FGO still gives me a mountain of characters that I super like, right? That's not the case in Arknights. And I love the gameplay, or I love the art style of Arknights. I don't like the gameplay art style that much. The whole like chibi thing, you know, I'm used to it. It's not that big of a deal, but I certainly like the aesthetic more in gameplay for FGO, which is like normal anime look. But Arknights has continuously impressed me, and their boss design keeps getting better, and like that's like wow, I'm really happy with that because I love my boss fights. Yeah, sure, Zal. That's a good one. There you go. But yeah, I do think Arknights did do a few things to shoot itself in the foot. Like, I think the art style is kind of off-putting in gameplay at first. That's not a good way to get people into it. And you know, people really have this idea that it's like a really typical tower defense game when it's not. It's way more of like a strategy game, I guess. I cannot think of another game like Arknights. It you know, it started as like being similar to the concept being like Plants vs. Zombies, but it's just so different. Like, it is such a strange, unique thing. How are you doing? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Okay, this hand is about as bad as it's gonna get, so we'll see what happens here. I don't actually know who crits harder. I think Mordred does if it's a buster. I think Lancelot does if it's not. It should kill. I'd be surprised if it didn't. What was that camera? Alright, go get him. Alright, we're done with the farming. Not my favorite thing to do, but I don't want to forget trying to use that 3 thingamajigs every day. Get my 30 blue dust. So, I'm just gonna say it. Lancelot did not run the round table. That was not his fault. That was the people that are most okay. Well, number one, the most responsible person's Morgan. All right, let's not fool ourselves here. But Morgan is the number one problem. But The problem is a few. So obviously Mordred, right? Mordred, a big problem. So they contributed a lot, which I mean they wanted to. That was their goal. It wasn't like an accident, right? They met their goal, right? So from Mordred's point of view, that was successful. But if anything, Agravain was the bigger problem because Agravain is the one that exposed them, and then Artoria is the one that put Lancelot between a rock and a hard place. Like, it's so easy with like the memes and the jokes to like not to get to this really stupid like skewed look at what Lancelot actually is, but the like more serious angle of it, it's Lancelot didn't really have like what was he gonna do, right? Like, you know, live a miserable life and not love the person he loved, you know, more than anything on the planet. And then it was even like okay, and the whole reason Artoria goes to like execute Guinevere is because it was exposed to the public, not because Artoria cared. Right? Like, it's kind of, the whole thing's kind of, because here's the thing. It's, what Lancelot did is not worthy of someone dying. And I see this in real life. It's actually kind of stupid, right? People think, like, I'm not, like, condoning, you know, like, if you're in a relationship, you should get out of that relationship before you get another one, obviously. That's the mature, responsible thing to do. But obviously, they're in a lot more complicated of a situation because they have to keep the kingdom together and all that stuff. Right? But the whole thing was, you know, Artoria not exactly good for Guinevere, right? Guinevere really, really loved Lancelot. Lancelot really loves Guinevere. And then they're just keeping it a secret so it doesn't make the kingdom fall apart. And Artoria's fine with it, but then Agravain exposes it because somehow he thought that was going to be a net positive. You know, good one. And then Artoria, to like keep up appearances, goes to, you know, kill Guinevere, right? So it's one thing to like exile her, boot her out, any of these things. Nothing that like, oh my god, Guinevere and Lancelot love each other, therefore Guinevere needs to die. Like, wait a minute. Like, this is, I'm not saying like Lancelot and Guinevere are saints. I'm not saying that. But there's a massive proportional jump here between like what Morgan does, what Mordred does, what Agravain does even, because he, you know, he knows he's gonna cause trouble, right? And what Artoria does. All of those actions are way fucking worse than anything Guinevere or Lancelot did. They're not killing anybody. They're not hurting anybody, right? They're just like having to go against the grain with like politics. Whoop-de-fucking-do! Oh, how dare they? How evil of them! Not what, like, seriously, it's silly. Because Guinevere's marriage was always loveless from the beginning, right? If there's ever a time, in my opinion, that it's completely okay to cheat, it's if you're in a completely loveless marriage and the other person doesn't mind that you cheat, and it's like not a problem. And that's the situation they were in, right? So like, it's just everyone else was an idiot. Like literally everyone else was an idiot. Agravain exposed it because he somehow thought that was gonna help, right? Artoria jumped to the nuclear option in 2 seconds, right? Like, and then at that point, what's Lancelot gonna do? Oh yeah, by the way, guess who the next biggest problem is? Gawain! First off, I love Gawain and everything, but he's a fucking idiot, and he has like no idea what's going on. And by the way, that's literally the point of his story in Garden of Avalon, is he's so blind to what's going on, even though Artoria's in like turmoil over the Vortigern thing, he just sees it as this like glorious victory, and she must be like super happy and on top of the world. He has no idea what's going on, right? He's a fucking idiot. But Gawain is a huge fucking problem. Now, I'll give him this. He has a very justifiable reason for fucking up. Okay? He's probably the most justifiable reason for fucking up. Other than... No, he probably does. But anyway, he contributes massively to the fall of Camelot because he doesn't let Lancelot help them just because he's mad. Now, I say that, but, you know, Gawain had a very good reason to be mad. Lancelot killed his siblings. Okay? Kind of a good reason. But at that point for Lancelot, right, what is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? Let Guinevere die when she didn't even do anything wrong, right? Like he's gonna sit there and just let Guinevere get executed? Like that Lancelot was between a rock and a hard place, right? There was no decision Lancelot could make at that point that was gonna be good, right? Bad shit was gonna happen no matter what. And I'm not gonna blame somebody for going with, you know, the person that they love, like their immediate, you know, circle, right? You know, fair enough, right? Well, they actually retconned the Gareth thing. That is one of the few times they have straight up retconned it. If you look at what they originally said with that whole bit, that she was not unarmed. That was not a thing. It was just they were guarding the execution. Originally, that's what it was. But they've changed that now, which that's one of the only times I can think of where they've retconned something and it actually makes no fucking sense. And so how they've done it, and they did this to make Gareth more likable. That's the whole reason they retconned this, because I knew Gareth's lore really well up until their release. You guys remember years ago we would talk about Gareth before they had a design or they were in FGO and stuff. But anyway, they wanted Gareth to be very likable and all that, and the problem is Gareth's original lore was incredibly unlikable. Because they were like, you know, supporting the execution of Guinevere, essentially. That's what was implied. Now they changed it to where Gareth was there to just like, you know, see Guinevere off, which doesn't, you know, make a lot of sense or whatever. And then like, she's not there to like guard the execution and whatnot. And now she's doesn't have any weapons. And so what they changed that, and then they made it so then Lancelot had already gone insane. And he was like in his berserker state, so he couldn't tell the difference between, you know, knight guarding execution versus, you know, knight standing there protesting. I don't know. Honestly, again, how they retconned it is just dumb. It's just stupid and it makes no sense. I don't buy the character motivation all around. They just fucked it up. Like they honestly just fucked that part of the story up, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't really ring true anymore. And the whole problem is they just wanted Gareth to be likable. Right, and when I say Gareth now, people think of the Gareth we already know, but back then Gareth had no design, right? And so it would have been okay if they were more like a more stern knight or whatever, right? But they didn't want to do that, right? They wanted to try to make Gareth way more sympathetic, and it just made the whole situation fucking stupid. And I don't know, Nasu might say timeline this, timeline that, because they've already done that with a few things. I don't know, but yeah, that whole bit is kind of weird now. But basically what they did now was because Lancelot was being a rock in a hard place, he went like Berserker Lancelot mode, but like before the execution, so he didn't know. Now that doesn't, you know, that's not great, but like if you're insane, you know, obviously he didn't notice that Gareth wasn't trying to fight back, right? That's the whole point, is he didn't realize. But yeah, I know, that whole bit is pretty stupid. But yeah, I really don't blame Lancelot much for the whole problem. I mean, it's like, yeah, wow, he loves somebody in a situation where it really isn't a problem, and like Artoria was fine with it. That was the whole thing, is she didn't love Guinevere. That was the thing, and she knew that. She didn't love Guinevere, so she didn't want Guinevere to have like no love in her life, right? So she didn't care. She only cared once it got exposed, because then she wanted to like keep up appearances, you know, do what a king is supposed to do, because that's like how Artoria always thought. And yeah, she went to the execution option, which, you know, I think that was kind of a dumb move. But yeah, the real culprit is, you know, Morgan, you know, 1000%. Morgan's intentions were, you know, to ruin Camelot. That was her goal, right? Where like a lot of other people end up fucking up Camelot on accident. Or a lot of series of unfortunate events and stuff like that. Where Morgan was trying to fuck it up, and you know, she's behind Mordred and all that stuff, right? She's a huge part of the problem. If you take Morgan out of it, there really would not have been a problem. Like that would pretty much alleviate everything. Now, you know, sure, like they've always said that eventually, you know, down as years and years go on, eventually Camelot would just fall to you know, the other political powers and stuff. But that's no reason to just fall apart now, right? Because that's every country. Every country rises and falls eventually. So, and you know, they could have just, you know, stuck with Vortigern. I'm just saying. Actually, Vortigern's right, by the way, and I'm sure this is on purpose. You know, the writer gets to know what's going to happen. But Vortigern basically says that, you know, his rule of like might makes right, you know, tyranny, dragons go roar, and that kind of thing, that would be able to fend off the encroaching powers longer, and that would allow Camelot to keep its mysticism longer, right? And he's right. He actually, Vortigern's right that because he predicts that Artoria will be, you know, that'll be the end of it, right? Like Artoria will be the last king, and that's that they won't be able to last if they take that route. And he's correct. They didn't last. Now that doesn't necessarily make Vortigern like the moral right way to go, because he's still at a very, you know, might makes right, tyranny, dragons, rah, you know, kind of thing. You know, so other problems, but he would have kept Britain, you know, in its you know, mystic state, you know, age of, you know, the gods still kind of. He would have kept it going longer, you know, if that's your criteria for success. And Artoria was the most like you can't like Artoria is to blame for a lot of stuff. It's actually kind of funny how many people have like tried to undo that. It's actually kind of weird because like the original Fate Stay Night was very much about Artoria fucked up, but you can't fix everything. And, you know, it was ultimately an unwinnable situation, but she did make a lot of mistakes, but you have to let go of the past and move on. There's no point in, you know, crying over spilled milk, right? But the original stories never, like, acted like Artoria was a saint. They never did that. The like, Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, and all that, they never tried to portray Artoria as, like, benevolent and was, you know, without flaw, right? Quite the opposite. It's like, but as the series got really popular, they started trying to like sugarcoat Artoria and act like every fucking thing she ever did was perfect and she never did anything wrong. But it's like crazy at odds with actual logic, right? Like obviously how she treated Mordred was just fucking stupid, right? That's not good for the country, like what that resulted in, obviously not. And there's just a lot of decisions she makes that you can directly trace to, oh god, this was a bad idea. Like executing Guinevere, you know, treating Mordred like shit, so on and so forth. None of these things were good decisions. This is bad leadership, right? And then her whole like, you know, cut off the part, because she was very brutal, right? And like, you know, letting, you know, villages, you know, get wiped out and prioritize what's like more important and that kind of thing. And there, you know, to some extent you have to do that. But she did nothing to like explain this to the people, right? And they make a point of this, right? Like Artoria made herself look bad, right? She had very bad PR campaign. She made herself look like a soulless, heartless asshole. And it's because she portrayed herself as one, right? Because she didn't understand people very well. She didn't know how to communicate with the people and like find the right balance between doing the practical thing you have to do and also being a king and a good leader and whatnot. And that's what Iskander points out. She literally made herself a martyr. Nobody looks up to that. Nobody wants to follow that, right? She made herself look like a jackass. And then she does a bunch of really stupid decisions with Mordred and Guinevere. And yeah, like, you can absolutely blame Artoria. She makes really bad decisions. She's not the only one making bad decisions. And the only reason it was that bad in the first place is because of Morgan in many cases, so sure. But, yeah, behaving like an inhuman king does not inspire confidence. And this is a thing in Fate Epoch that they go over. They don't do it in the anime, but in the book they do. It's like, Mordred thought that she was going to have to use all these dirty tactics to try to, like, you know, get people on her side. But then she found a huge percentage of the kingdom already was really unhappy with Artoria because they perceived her as this, like, soulless monster that, you know, was, you know, inhuman. And she behaved inhumanly. That's the thing. You know, she put on this, like, front. You know, her true self is, like, Saber Lily, but she puts on this, like, crazy facade of being, like, this overly idealistic king and whatnot. And people can't relate to that, right? Like, you know, humans don't fucking relate to that. And that's why, like, I like Sir Kay, because Sir Kay knows she's doing that, right? He's one of the only people that does. Sir Kay has known her, like, you know, the entire time. He knows she's, like, a girly girl, and she's just acting to be this, like, ridiculous, over-the-top, you know, stoic king, like, to the point of absurdity, and she's gonna die for it, and the kingdom's gonna blow up, and all this nonsense, and he's just like, what the fuck? Like, this is just stupid, right? It's like it's just, you know, why are you dying for free, basically? But yeah, he sees through the bullshit, but yeah, most people don't. Almost none of them did. The thing is, Artoria, I would say, is wrong about Mordred having no capability to be king, and I think the story reinforces that a lot. Because Mordred, through that, grows to become a good king, which is, I guess, kind of ironic, but that's like the point. Like, through the hardships Mordred goes through, and like her master says that at the end of Epoch, that as she gains like that maturity and like letting go and all that, and she would be a good king, right? At the end of Epoch, Mordred would be a really good king, right? So if Sisigo can get her there, Artoria should have been able to, theoretically. Obviously, and Artoria's, you know, really bad at being a parent, but what are you gonna do? But you know, if fucking Sisigo can get her there, you know, it definitely was possible, right? I don't think Epoch's wasted potential. I just think the anime sucks. I think the books are fine. I don't think they're perfect, but I think the books are just so much better than the anime. They're just way better. The character, like, there's lots of really interesting character stuff, right, with Mordred and VC Braun and Achilles and Chiron. Like, it's way better. Like, I really stand by this. I will die on this hill. The Epoch books, I'm that guy. I'm not always that guy, and people are always like, oh, the books were better, the manga was better. Unironically, the books are way fucking better for Epoch. It's not close, right? They cut out so much important information and just so many scenes and stuff. They just killed it entirely. Now Zig is still a problem in the books. That is the one problem in the book. Zig is still a problem. That's not really better in. It's maybe a little bit better, but Zig is still stupid in the books. But a lot of the surrounding moments and information and character stuff is just so much fucking better. It's better in the manga too. From what I haven't read all of the manga, but from what I've seen is book is the best, manga is the next best, anime is shit. The only good thing about the anime is the music and the voice actors. The anime is fucking shit. They did a terrible job. I mean this. APOC is a terrible adaptation of an okay story. Right? It's not like the story was god tier to begin with. It's not, right? It is very flawed. The Zig stuff is fucking stupid. There's some pacing issues. I would never say APOC is some masterpiece story. It isn't. But it does have some really good moments. It does have some really good character motivation moments. And like all the stuff with the VC Braun and Mordred, I think is really, really good in the books. And Achilles and Chiron and all that. And it gets more time to breathe and has more screen time in the books than in the anime. But there's a lot of fucking problems in APOC. But yeah, it's an okay story where the anime is just a terrible adaptation and makes it pretty trash. Like, it's not good. Okay, chat. Let's see here. I think we're gonna switch over to Arc Knights in a second here, because I really do want to catch up on that event and see. I don't know what the boss is or anything, so I think I might have seen a screen, like a video of them. I saw someone was doing some like speed hack thing. Where they had 1 million speed pillars on the field, and it was making an enemy move at like supersonic speed. And I kind of have a feeling that was probably the boss, but. Like I were talking about all this like depressing Camelot stuff, and we got the depressing Camelot music from Doomsday Night. Dude, man, I really wish they had kept that aesthetic moving throughout the series, and they revisit it every once in a while, but man, like Fate Stay Night as a story has a lot of problems. Like it does. But it had such a unique like atmosphere and aesthetic and all that, and a lot of that identity is gone. It wouldn't shock me if, like, in 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, they do a Fate remake. That might happen. It doesn't need it nearly as much, though. I like pretty much everything about Doomsday Night, except for the fact that it's just the Fate route, and the Fate route isn't really that amazing. Although they made it better. I stand by this. They abso-fucking-lutely made the Fate story better. Like... the elements of Unlimited Blade Works that they mixed into it are fine. They make the story better. They make it a more complete package, like seeing the full story with Kojiro and all that, and like seeing Kozuki and all that. It's just better, right? Now here's the problems with Doomsday Night. One, it's just an old anime, right? But like if you look at that era, if you look at like all the stuff that came out in that year, none of it. That was not an era of like really, really good production value and stuff. You know, it's not the worst production value I've ever seen. But it's not the best either, right? It's kind of just okay. So yeah, the animation is nothing to write home about. And again, the Fate route is just not that great. You know, it has a few moments that are good, but by the way, chat, I got the 5-star off of a daily summon again, so I've gotten the 5-star twice, and I don't even know what the... we used them like one time for like 3 seconds. I don't even know what they're about. Yeah, Doomsday Night was 2006. Yeah, if you go back and watch other things from 2006, not much. That wasn't a weird era where like hand animation was dead, but computer animation hadn't like really picked up the slack and become as good as hand animation was. So that's like an era of just a lot of really awkward shit. Like not much looked good back then. That is not a good era for anime aesthetic. I'll put it that way. You know, they might have good storytelling or whatnot, but I did 340 rolls and haven't gotten him from the banner at all. Had to buy him. Yeah, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Hickey Neat, thank you for the 28-month, 28 years. Yeah, we're not that far yet. Jesus, that just scares me. All right, chat, I'm gonna reset the stream just to separate the VOD, so I'll be back in like 3 seconds.